not yet.
Not yet. No, we'll wait.
Probably the student loan cost. They make a good school teacher. He does. I think he even used
What over there?
Yeah.
Kia ora tātou. Welcome to day 2 of the Motutere Recreation Reserve Management Plan Committee meeting for 27th of November, 28th of November 2024. I will now ask Maru to open the meeting and our karakia, please.
Thank you, please.
Auluhia te pau tapu, te pau mua, te pau roto, te pau te wharaua. He aturangi mamao, heke i oa Take ki whara te aro ngātoro, he ara whano ki te pō nui, te pō roa, te pō matirau, he pō whai ariki. E ko taku waka te arawa, naro e te parata. Eke panuku, eke tanaro. Whano, hara mai te toki, haumi e, hui e, tāki. Ka titiro au ki te puke tū mai rā ko rangito. Me hoki au ki te atua te māhure ko te āhua tapu o ngātoro oira. Takoto wana ki te rua hoa, ko te nako ko te tiki o tama Motutere mau aua. Ta hui au ki Motutaiko, whakarongo ki te reo tupuna i te hāua. Tau atu ai, ki te aitanga o te rangi tua matatoru, ki te whatukura o te rangi ita, ki te whare o te kapua whakapipi e koko e ara e. E tika nei tēnei waka hoki ngā mahara ki ngā tangata kua rupeke ki tua o tau aua. Ko tāna, ko tāna, ana karakia whakamutu ngā katahi no ka tīmata i tēnei wā tonu. Nā reira, e mihi ana ki a koutou, e raro i te kapua pauri, mō tō tātou whanaunga, ki a koe hoki aroha, e hara mai ki konei, aha ko tērā tāmitanga kei runga i a koe. Nō reira, tētai atu rangatira no te arata waka ko te ahorangi Angus McFarlane. Tētahi tangata e ke panuku ki roto i te ao mātauranga me ki. Nā reira, haere atura. Haere ki te tuara te arai, haere ki te ara whānui o tāne. A tātou ngā waihotanga iho, huri nō i te whare tēnā tātou katoa. E tikana kia mihi kia tātou, e whai whakaro ke hara mai ki konei mo tēnei kaupapa whakaharara ke mua i tō tātou aroaro. I tēnei rā me nanahi hoki. Pai te wairua ngā kōrero nanahi, kare kore ka pēnei i tēnei rā hoki. Engari, e mihi ana kia tātou katoa, kaunihera mai, mihi ana kia koutou, mō koutou mahi hei whakatakoto hia, hei wharaki hia, i enei whakaro ki rua i a tātou katoa. Nō reira, ka puto te kaua tēnei paipa, e ahua o kawarawa tēnei hanga, e orite ki te kōti me ki. Nō reira, ko te manako ka hāneanea tō koutou noho, huri no e te whare tēnā tātou katoa. Kawi.
Kia ora, Mari. Housekeeping, just let you know that the toilet halfway down the stairs there. In an emergency, we will go downstairs and meet out the front of the church next door, and we have tea, coffee and water available at the back of the gallery. Just note that this is being live streamed on YouTube and on our council YouTube channel, and council staff are also observing via Microsoft Teams. We have an apology from Mayor David Chuevas. Just ask for a mover and a seconder. I move Sandra Greenslade, seconded Aroa French. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against, carried. We're into it. So item 5.1. We did a whakawhanaungatanga yesterday, so I probably won't ask us to do it again. Hopefully you caught that on the live stream, but most of you will know us around the table here. So I'm just going to ask Heidi to lead us off on item 5.1. Is that right? Or Erin, sorry. Oh, we don't have to go through it again, no? Okay, we're into it, sorry. So we've got a very, very tight schedule because everybody wanted to talk on day 2 instead of day 1. So you get 5 minutes to do your kōrero. I've got a bell and I'm in charge of it today. I'm going to try and do 1 ring for 4 minutes and ring-a-ring-a-ding at 5 minutes. People were very good yesterday, but yeah, we just don't have that flexibility on the time frame. We've had the knowledge that there's a tangi on right now, so yeah, there's quite a bit on. So speaker number 1, or sorry, submitter number 583, Jan Hania, is on the screen. So I'll ask Jan to unmute himself, and we're going to get right into it. Good, Jan. Sorry, just one last thing. So you get 5 minutes. We have received your submissions. We've had a lot of time to read them. We've also read the feedback from our staff on your submissions, and also how they may be incorporated in terms of our plan, which will be discussed in the deliberations tomorrow. So I urge you to be quite focused on your key points. Sorry?
Today. No deliberations tomorrow.
Oh, so no deliberation tomorrow. Sorry, I'm still stuck in yesterday. I don't know. You've got a short period, and just encourage you to use that for your key points and emphasis matters and things like that. And then the committee will have the opportunity to ask you any sort of questions just purely for clarification, and that will happen straight afterwards. Aro mai, Jan, if you could do your presentation. Kia ora. Kia ora.
Tēnā rā tātou, mihi whānui ke koutou rā, mō tēnā iahei, ko Tongariro te maunga, Taupo-Kaingaroa te moana, ko Tongariro te awa, ko Ngāti Turangi-Tongariro te hapū, ko Iahani ahau o ko rangatira, pe te kaikara kia rātou ko whānui katoa, tēnā rā tātou katoa, he mihi aroha. I'm in an airport, so I may have to mute from time to time, but I'll do my best to be clear and succinct. Can you hear me clearly? Thank you. So I make this submission as a member of Tū Whare Toa Waira Whānui me Turangi-Tongariro ki te Waite Toko Hoki. I also chair of All Farm Trust and undertake a number of governance roles around the Motu and in the Taupo area in that role, and as well as across the country, both in philanthropy, government, commercial and biotechnology investment. I was an environmental engineer and I spent a lot of time in Taupo in a role with Environment Waikato as a design and hazard engineer, as well as the lead for the implementation of the Taupo-Kaingaroa restoration project. So I'm well familiar with the area and region and the processes you guys are involved in. I've also been a DOC conservator, so I understand a lot about those processes and constraints as well. I note that Ngāti Turangi-Ita ki Waite Toko correctly acknowledged in this draft RMP as mana whenua o Motutere and the wider area from Pākā to Motuapa. And I also note that's been developed in partnership between Taupo District Council and Ngāti Turangi-Ita, and in recognition of the extensive historic, cultural, social and spiritual connection in the lands in this area, including the Motutere Reserve. I want to also acknowledge the commitment in the draft RMP to your te tiriti or waitangi obligations and the relationships responsibilities. Long may this build to become the equitable and respectful partnership as stated and required of being in right relationship of our founding document, te tiriti. So to be expressly clear, I'm opposed to any Taupo-Kaingaroa lakeshore camping generally, and for this matter within Motutere Reserve, and I would like that provision as an amendment to the current draft plan to be clearly removed from 2038, both honouring the current lease and working towards the right relationship with Turangi-Ita as expressed in the document outcome objectives. This would enable a mana enhancing process for all concerned, including the lessee, hapū and the council, as well as the community, to be in that equitable and respectful partnership that we all desire for both the treaty generally and the specific matter that we are talking to here today. So some matters I really want to draw our attention to. I support the outcomes-based approach, particularly mana whenua cultural values are respected, celebrated and protected, that the reserve's unique natural environment values are restored and protected, and that public access and associated safety is maintained and enhanced, and so on, which are listed there. And that lakeshore camping could continue on the landward side of the main road. Now, the reason I'm opposed, it's a reserve to maximise all public access, not only fee-paying. Current activities do impact adversely the environment and natural character of the lakeshore, as well as cultural access for hapū and wider tūpare whānau. And you'll see the rest of them listed there, that we really need to be enhancing our cultural reconnection to land and place for hapū and wider community. I'd also support removing any campground facilities of the lakeshore during the lifetime of the existing lease as an ongoing and as a relationship development and enhancement with the lessee, community and hapū of place. And I'd strongly suggest amending the draft RMP provisions at page 11 to reflect the need to restore, enhance and protect natural values. So like really need to go to enhancing and working on that together. And that Ngāti Turangi-Ita participation, equitable and respectful governance and decision making is up at the forefront of that. So we need to really support hapu active participation in Motutere reserve management, decision making operationally and governance as well. There's a lot of knowledge there which needs to come to these systems and processes to enhance the outcomes for all. So I strongly suggest and advise that be taken up with the generosity that's already there from hapu ki Waitoko. So I think that objective 4A, we need the respectful enjoyment of recreation, cultural and environmental values that meets a range of needs of all reserve users. And I think there I've covered the main points of my submission. So keeping it succinct and leaving some time for questions. Kia ora mai tātou.
Thank you for that. I'm going to open the floor for committee members to ask any questions for clarification. Just curious if you had any particular things though in terms of the boat trailer parking facilities, if you had any thoughts on that. We had a bit of a discussion around that yesterday in terms of potentially doing that on the other side of the park, concerns around not enough space. Just I know that's one little part of your submission, but I'm just curious if you had any thoughts on that. As an engineer.
So I think as long as the substantive requests of moving to no lakeshore camping are upheld and it's safe and enhances the natural environment and character, these things are available to do, but it's not one or the other. These other requirements I think that I'm asking for need to be incorporated, and if the enhancement of access can also be achieved, then that's good with me.
There's no other questions. Thank you very much for your presentation. Kia ora, ka kite.
Kia ora.
Kia pai. Can you hear us, Gan? Oh, ka kite. Oh.
Yes, I can. Kia ora mai tātou.
Yeah, that's
Thanks so
awesome.
much.
Kia ora. Our next speaker is Te Whare Walker. Just note there are 2 chairs there, so if you want whānau support to sit with you, we encourage that as well. But yes, kia ora. Te Whare Junior.
Kia ora tātou, e mihi ana ki te committee, nā koutou ko whai wā, māku he kōrero I Turangi nei, nā reira tēnei tūni kia koutou, ko te rā kia tātou. Ko te wharai tōku ingoa, I'm an uri o Ngāti Turangi-Tuko e Ngāti Kairo Hapu, and I'm also a rangatahi. I'm probably pushing the borders of myself today, but I'll claim it. I'm also part of a rōpū called Ngā Taukaro Te Kairo o Tūwhare Toa. We're a newly established rangatahi rōpū born out of Kura Tile earlier in March, and our focus is focusing on tile issues within Tūwhare Toa and building our capability as rangatahi. To uphold our obligations as kaitiaki within the rohe. In spite of that, I'm not here to speak on behalf of rangatahi, or on behalf of my apu. My submission was done in a personal capacity, and I'll clear that I don't have direct whakapapa connections to Waititoko, ki Turangi-Ita ki Waititoko, but as an uri of Turangi-Tukua, it was through our tupuna Turangi Tautahanga, whose daughter, Te Waiparimo married Turangi-Ita's son, Manunu. So with that, I stand in support of Turangi-Ita ki Waititoko in seeking a part in the Motutere Reserve Plan that there be no lakeshore camping in the Motutere Reserve from 2038 onwards, with the renewal of the lease there. Much of my submission came from a historical significance background. As a rangatahi, I grew up in Turangi. One of the names that's been mentioned a lot is Matiti Kanoa Pitiroi, and I was a student of his. I was very privileged to be a student of Matiti Kanoa and his wife, Tarana. And really my submission came from a perspective of looking to the future and really questioning what we want to see for our future generations. We already know the cultural significance of Motutere area. We've heard a lot of the kōrero from the past couple of days. And so for me, learning much of the kōrero and waiata and kōrero tukuiho from Korotikanoa, and having the privilege of doing so, I have not been able to connect the landmarks and kōrero that are in those waiata, and I haven't been able to connect to the places that waiata is speaking about because of an infrastructure that screens that I'm not welcome there, attitudes from campers that I'm not welcome there. When in fact the kōrero and the waiata and the whakapapa contained in these waiata, particularly periperi or chi composed, speaks about that I belong there as an uri o Ngāti Tūwharetua and with my whakapapa connections. So when I'm looking to the future, I don't want my future uri, I don't want my younger nieces and nephews come 2038 have to endure another 20, 30, 40 years of learning these waiata but not being able to connect to the places or to the landmarks that are mentioned in this waiata. So I guess I encourage the committee and the councillors to think about what kind of future we want for our future uri, whether if it's a future where we are excluding or we are turning a public reserve into an exclusive place for non-paid residents, whether we want a future where we're favouring private businesses, the commercialisation of the public reserve for use by fee-paying campers. And in looking forward, I guess I also want to encourage council that I'm an uri of Ngāti Tūwharetua. I'm a beneficiary of a number of Tūwharetua entities who pay rates to the Taupo District Council. And I want to encourage councillors to, I'll assume that many of the campers at Motutere Bay aren't local, aren't paying rates. So I want to encourage councillors to really consider whether their voice as non-paying residents has the same weight as mine, as an uri of Ngāti Tūwharetua and as beneficiary of these big rate-paying entities. So, yeah, that's, I guess, the crux of my kōrero, and I'll take any questions.
Good, thank you for that. Is there any questions for Te Whanau?
Tēnā rā koe I te reo rangatahi, tēnā rā kamihi. Thank you for your submission, which I think was very clear in terms of connection and whakapapa and opportunity, and your invitation to the council to hear your kōrero. Yesterday we asked this line of questioning, and so I'll ask it to you. Ka tai atu ki te wā me kōrero pēnei. Haha o whāinga, kōrero mai mo tētahi pikitia ka ki te e koe I te wā ka rongo I nei o koranga kia mātou. So my question is, as we asked yesterday, what would the vision of what you see in the future look like, and can you briefly articulate that? Hi?
I initially think of the tile and the tile benefiting off a decision to remove lakeshore camping. I rongo kōrero au he nui ngā rākau kōwhai. It was beaming with kōwhai. Kōwhai flourishing, but also with the removal of lakeshore camping, we get that connection is no longer severed. We can reconnect to that lakeshore. When periperi refers to the crashing of the waves against the lakeshore, which is a metaphor for the periperi motion, up and down motion. So being able to connect with the lakeshore in that sense, being able to connect with the kōrero, but also seeing the tile, I guess, flourish with those kōwhai trees. And when we talk about connection is so important for our well-being as Māori, connection to our tile. So I see our people being healthier, he oranga. That's a future that I see.
Is there any other questions?
Tēnā koe, e aho ore toa i noho koe ko koro tō pāpaki. E mihi ana ki a koe. Pai ki te rongo i tō hononga ki te waiata na Uncle Kawa i Tito, Peru Peru. And I was just looking at your proposal, your submission, and how would you like to see foreshore there be like in, say, 2040? How do you envisage it, foreshore?
I think 2040, I'd like to see no infrastructure. I'd like to see no fences that are impeding our access to the lakeshore. And I'd see whānau having wānanga. Wānanga really solidify a lot of our learning when we're able to connect with the lakeshore. But also, yesterday was mentioned kotahitanga, and so I'd like to see not just tangata whenua or us there as Māori, but the ability to be there together as a community, all members of the public being able to access this place, then getting to learn about the cultural significance of the area. But really, yeah, just us being able to freely interact with the lakeshore and seeing the tile, or the modi of the tile returned.
Kia ora.
Kia ora. Thank you, Te Whara. Thank you. Our next speaker is Leanne Bell, who's online. Kia ora, Leanne. When you're ready.
Kia ora koutou katoa. Do I start?
Yes, please. Kia ora.
Kia ora koutou katoa. Ko Waio, ko Leanne Bauer hau, no uria hau o Ngāti Tūwhare toa iwi me Ngāti Turangi-Tongariro hapu. I've got very close connections, so to Motutere, I'm a land shareholder in all the blocks surrounding the motor camp. I know back in the last settlement, our cousin Kelly Te Hughes put in a claim for Motutere. It was under the Motutere property. It wasn't until it went through the first reading it was recognised that the camping grounds were actually omitted, and only the scenic reserve was actually part of that settlement. So I want to acknowledge Motutere Island and Te Poporo, and so that whole area has really strong cultural significance to our whānau and hapu. So my nan was, my mum was Taima Bell. She was a resident, one of the first residents when the trust houses came back on Waitapu Road. My two brothers are still living there at the moment, and my auntie Alice Balvey. I'm not here to speak on their behalf because I don't like speaking on other people on behalf of others. You know, this is me personally. I would take my whānau home to visit my mum when she was living there. They would walk around the lake front of her house in her whare and cross over and go through the camping grounds to get to Te Poroporo Point to try and jump off, off the rock, and then come back and say that they were getting questioned by the residents at the lakefront on what they were doing there. And this is targeting children, you know. And so I'm just giving you my story from a personal view, and that really, really upset me. So I actually did a submission in the first round for the proposal, as well as this proposal, because I don't want that to happen to our future generations. So I take my hat off to those who spoke, even just our rangatahi that spoke now. So I am speaking from a land perspective. I want our future mokopuna to be able to sit on the lakefront, which is Wahitapu, look across to Motutere Island and pay homage to our tupuna that are buried over there. My Uncle Sam and Uncle Turangi-Tongariro were in the working party that had to close those caves because hotuters were going over there on their kayaks and and fiddling around with our papaku that were respectfully laying over there. So I know one of our kuia's korowai was burnt from someone going over there. So yeah, and so I want to pay homage to our tupunu who have passed. We have whakapapa and wairua spiritual connections to that whenua going way back to the 17th century. So I question the priority of having some kind of access back on the foreshore when the camping grounds got leasing 10 hectares. They have 10 hectares of land that the public that only comes during the Christmas period and the Easter period for holidays over the summer period. They've got all that land they can utilise. It's not fair on the locals, and some of them are non-Māori. It's not fair on the locals. It's not fair on our hapu, who were the original owners, not to be able to have access. And so I, in my submission, said that I would like all camping removed off the lakefront. And I just want to quote under the Local Government Act 2002 that in requirements in relation to decisions, the local authority must, in the course of the decision-making process, seek to identify all reasonable practical options. But in section C, it says, if any of the options identified under paragraph A, which is what I spoke of, involves a significant decision in relation to land or a body of water, take into account the relationship of Māori and their culture and traditions within their ancestral land, water sites, waihi tapu, valued flora and fauna. So I want Taupo District Council to take it upon themselves to see this as an opportunity to finally work with our hapu, because it's been too long where our voices have not been heard. This lease has been in place since 2005, and the Management Act is 20 years since the review, and I feel that this is a start to letting us be inclusive in these conversations. However, I just think it's time just to look at the moral point and make a good decision for the locals, for the hapu. So that's my kōrero.
Just remind to our committee, we've got to keep our questions quite tight as well. We're a bit of pressure on time, but thank you, Leanne, and we've read the submission. And was there any questions over Leanne, or I think it was pretty just Jade? Kia ora, Jade.
Tēnā rā, we've submission, Leanne, and your points about time for voices to be heard and inclusive, and also sharing your experiences around some of the behaviours that people have experienced. Yesterday we heard that this plan needs to be rooted in tikanga and kawa of Ngāti Turangi-Tongariro Waitutoko, so a moral response, but if there was any quick comment you wanted to make in that regard, I welcome it.
I do have one concern, because our hapu actually made submissions, and a lot agreed to agreeing with what was proposed with partial use of the lakefront with tenting until 2038 when the lease runs out. But I'm a iwi Senior Engagement Advisor for Auckland Council. I've worked for local government for 28 years. So I've actually worked in the iwi space as an engagement advisor for 12 years. So I do have a lot of experience in this area. So I did a logoima. On Friday, this email is from Councillor Duncan Campbell, and it's dated Friday, January the 26th at 7:25 a.m. to Julie Garden, It says, "Hi Julie, I believe the burning issue is that," and then it's blanked out, "lease needs to be extended by at least 6 years and quite soon." For
I might just jump in if I may. Ngā mihi aroha ki a koe tēnei wā kai te hipa te wā. I wanted to acknowledge the points you've raised in your submission and really speak to what we've heard around tikanga and kawa, and that this plan be guided by it. But I can see my chair looking at me and asking me to wrap this up. So can I thank you for your submission and comments?
Yeah, but I don't want to be shut down. I want our whānau to know that the lease is looking at being extended out to 2071 in this email, and I want to make a public notification so that our whānau know. And I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Leanne. Thank you, Leanne.
Kia ora.
Kia ora. The next speaker is Lauren Fletcher. Kia ora, Lauren. For the Ngāti Turangi-Tongariro Charitable Trust. Lauren.
Kia ora tātou katoa, ko wai tēnei, ko Lauren Fletcher, tōku ingoa, te uri a hau no kuna no Ngāti Turangi-Tongariro, Ngāti Turangi-Tongariro, Ngāti Krauia, I te taho tōku pāpā no te nota, Ngāti Kahu ki te pātū. I want to acknowledge first and foremost my uncle Te Kanawa Pitiroi and this quote. Kei te noho tata mātou tēnei hapu ki tētahi o ngā tuahu o ngā toroirangi. Ko te mahurihure tērā, engari mai rāno I whakamohio mai ki au e tōku karaua mō tāua tuahu. Tērā pia, pipiri tatarawa au ki ngā kōrero o ngā toroirangi. My hapu of Ngāti Turangi to live near one of the sacred altars of Ngā Toroirangi. It is called Te Mahurihure. My grandfather told me of its existence, and that's why I have an affinity to the stories of Ngā Toroirangi. And I want to, and the reason I brought that up is because through his affinity for his revered ancestor Ngā Toroirangi, my uncle became the foremost expert and historian of the life and achievements of Ngā Toroirangi, creating teaching resources, books, online content that are still being utilised today. He was also instrumental in using the teachings of Ngā Toroirangi as the foundation for Te Kura o Hirangi. Kia whai I ona tapuwai to follow in his footsteps, a kura that continues to look after and foster our uri whakatipu. Today I speak to you as the chairperson of the Ngāti Turangi-Tongariro Charitable Trust on our submission. Tēnei I te tuatahi ki te mihi kia koutou te hapu o Ngāti Turangita, ko mātou whānau, for your advocacy and drive on this kaupapa, and I reiterate the sentiments from numerous speakers who oppose lakeshore camping at Motutere Bay from 2038 upon the expiry of the campground lease to have public access restored. Our relationship with the Taupo District Council has been grounded in mutual respect and partnership as articulated in our Mana Whakahono Arohi agreement. This agreement allows mana whenua, our hapu, a seat at the decision-making table as well as a voice on these key decision pieces, these key policies, these key planning processes. As Te Tiriti partners, we should all remain steadfast in our commitment to upholding Te Tiriti o Waitangi. We support our Ngāti Turangita ki Waititoko whānau as their rightful place at this table and the important role that they play in this process to ensure their long-term aspirations are embedded for generations to come. As Whaia Rachel Wikaida said yesterday, you are making mokopuna decisions. Ko ngā pai tawhiti, whai kia tata, ko ngā pai tata, whakamaua kia tina. The potential of tomorrow depends on what we do today. Kia ora tātou.
Kia ora. Kia ora, Lauren. Is there any questions of clarification for Lauren?
Comment.
Just a comment from Councillor Taylor.
More a comment, Lauren. Thank you for the submission. I've read it in detail, and it's comprehensive and thorough, and I appreciate your kōrero.
The next person is Mahura Manuel Hepi.
Tēnā rā tātou katoa,
Tongariro te maunga, ko Taupo te moana, ko Ngāti Tūwhare toa te iwi, ko Ngāti te maunga me Ngāti Rui Ngārangi ngā hapu, ko te iwi te tangata, ko Mahura me Ngā Hipi tōku ingoa. My name is Mahura, I am 25 years old, I've grown up in Taupo, and as mentioned in my pepeha, I'm an uri o Tūwhare toa, and whakapapa to the hapu of Ngāti te maunga and Ngāti Rui Ngārangi. I'm here today to support Ngāti Turangi-Tongariro ki Waite Topo, to which I oppose lakeshore camping on Motutere Bay within the Motutere Reserve on the expiry of the lease in 2038. Like Te Wharau, I'm a part of Ngā Taikura Taiao Tūwhare Toa, a cohort of Tūwhare Toa rangatahi who are stepping into spaces to protect our taiao. I want to first acknowledge Ngāti Turangi-Tongariro ki Waite Topo for holding space in forums such as this, and for mobilising hapu and iwi to be a part of this process. For me as a rangatahi, or late rangatahi Māori, and like many of us here today, these are foreign spaces that we must continue to walk in. I also thank you all for your time in considering my submission and my kōrero today. I would like to further emphasise the points made in my submission, particularly around the general assumptions of the reserve, my own personal reflections as a member of my hapu and a rangatahi perspective, and the opportunities for reconnection. In my 25 years of life, I've always been under the assumption that Motutere Bay was inaccessible to the public. I've driven past Motutere Bay many times, as everyone here too, and every year have seen the volume of campers, boats and cars fill the lakeshore side of the campground. Because of this, I've never felt compelled to stop or even swim in Motutere Bay. Until earlier this year, my whānau and I stopped in for a swim on our way back to Taupo, and I questioned to my whānau whether we should even be there if we can park there because there was no signs to indicate that we could. My tāne reassured me, kei te pai, and so off we went for a swim. But being there brought about a level of discomfort that I haven't experienced before, being at our moana, as if I wasn't meant to be there, or as if I was intruding. I also felt, well, if I feel like this, I can't imagine what the hapu have to go through. This made me think about my own hapu in whenua down Whanganui Bay on the western sides of Taupo Moana. So to encourage your whānau to come home is one thing, but having commercial barriers like lakeshore camping discourage your whānau from accessing your whenua, wāhi tapu and Waimāori is a whole different kettle of fish. It's one thing that I've never had to think about or continue to fight against in forums such as this. As a late rangatahi, I feel empowered to support hapu and kaupapa like this, whether it's 14 or 40 years from now. As a rangatahi, I look forward to the day when my tamariki can feel comfortable to swim at Motutere, to connect with the wāhi in the way that fosters wānanga, but also the day that they can see themselves as uri o tūwhare toa in that space. By allowing there to be no more lakeshore camping beyond 2038, Taupo District Council have the power to support whānau in this next step of reconnection to that wāhi. I acknowledge that this is only one fight in the long battle to come. Reconnection physically to the whenua, but also reconnection to mātauranga and pūrākau of that whenua also. Yesterday I heard the word compromise a few times in the discussions, and I can't help but feel that the only group in the last 100 years that have been compromised is Ngāti Turangi-Tongariro ki Waite Topo. As an uri of Tūwhare Toa, I oppose lakeshore camping on Motutere Bay from 2038 and seek that this direction is made within the Motutere Reserve Management Plan. Reira tēnā koutou katoa, and I will take any part.
Kia ora, Mahora. Mr. Rini. Sandra.
Thank you, thank you, Mahora, and I can relate to that. Until I came onto this committee, I too thought it was a private camping area, and I did not realise that you and I could go there if we wanted to. So I totally relate to what you've just said, and I thank you very much for your submission and beautifully delivered. Thank you.
Kia ora. Kia ora, Mahora. Thank you very much. So this is the first block of speakers. If anybody wanted to get away, now's a good time. Otherwise, Mania Porto's not here yet. So what we're going to do is we'll just go to the... Sorry. Nina's next. So we're going to ask Wiari, and I'm assuming Sarah as well, to do their presentation. Kia ora, korua.
Te me tūtahi mea tēnei kia tātou runga te aroha whakatonu māra mo tāu me Turangi Māori a Tongariro tautu me te tutu. Mea tēnei kia koe te pāpai ko whakarite tō tātou me hui me ke nei ai. Nā reina mea tēnei kia koe ko te tipu. Ana ko taku ingoa ana ko wiari rauhina. Ko kataia hau i rare te maru o te kotaitanga Ngāti Tuwhare tō. Ana ko mātou e kōru o here nei tō mātou kōru. Wiari Rauhina, current chairman of te kotaitanga Ngāti Tuwhare tō. It is the governance entity representing Ngāti Tuwhare tō interests under the 2018 Claims Settlement Act. The tenure of our organisation is that we are hapu-centric, and my role here today is specifically to emphasise to the Tipu today that as the representative of Te Kotaitanga, I'm now representing the balance of the hapu and Tuwhare tō area who are now supporting the kaupapa that's being placed before them. Motutere Bay is a sign of deep cultural and spiritual importance, especially to Ngāti Turangi-Tongariro. It's connected through the ancestor, our ancestor, Ngāti Roda. It represents the Māori life force of the area, where environment, stewardship and cultural identity intersect. Section 181 and 183 of the Act requires the plan to consider te kaupapa kaitiaki, which outlines our environmental and cultural goals. Current proposals in the draft plan conflict with these legal and cultural obligations. The key issues with the draft plan: the cultural values, the po tuatahi. Lakeshore camping threatens the sacredness of Motutere Bay. Te Kotaitanga supports the prohibition of lakeshore camping by 2038. Lease expiry time, and advocates for earlier retreat of facilities. Water quality. Activities linked to lakeshore camping risk water pollution and erosion. We call for stricter controls and active lakeshore restoration efforts. Hapu involvement, po tuaturi. The draft lacks clear commitments to hapu participation in operational decisions. We urge stronger language to ensure hapu involvement aligns with our settlement obligations. Environmental restoration, po tuaturi. The current targets are vague. We propose specific goals for revegetation, erosion control and biodiversity enhancement, focused on culturally significant indigenous species. 5. Alignment with Ngāti Turangi-Ita submission. Te Kotaitanga supports the hapu submission and underscores the shared responsibility to protect Motutere Bay well-being. Acknowledge Ngāti Turangi-Ita strong leadership and active engagement with the community on the importance of protecting Motutere Reserve. Commend the hapu for their education efforts, raising awareness about the cultural, environmental and historical significance of Motutere. Te Kotaitanga Ngāti Tuwhare tō remains fully committed to supporting the hapu's goal and advocating for the protection of Motutere for future generations. The management plan must reflect the legal, cultural and environmental obligations of the Settlement Act. Te Kotaitanga Ngāti Tuwhare tō advocates for amendments to ensure that Motutere Bay is preserved for future generations as a site of cultural and environmental significance. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Wiari. Are there any questions for Wiari? That was a very good presentation.
Tēnā korua e te haumana, tēnā rākoi. I guess it's a question to you both, but also I'm keen to hear from council officers. Know that there's often a statutory section in the plan, and I just want to appreciate the section 181, 183 connection with the kaupapa, the document, kaupapa kaitiaki. So I guess it's sort of, have we not seen this connection previous to this submission? And perhaps that's my oversight, but
It is talked about in the context summary, which supports the management.
thank you.
Are there any other questions for Yari? Thank you. Thank you, Korura.
But I have a comment for you. The purpose of being here is to actually highlight any future decisions made regarding Motutere and the implementation of any at-site requirements is to be done with Turangi-Tongariro, not the Kotahitanga. Kotahitanga is an organisation that supports individual public, and that's what we're here today. So don't send any questions to us, send it to Te Kapua Turangi. Kia ora.
So I know we now have Eddie and Bronson in the audience. So just we've got a very, very tight time frame today. Each speaker gets 5 minutes, and we've got a bell. But thank you for recording already. Kia ora.
Tēnā koutou. Te kaunihira, hono ngā whakapapa.
Come a bit closer. I
Tilted.
can. I can.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Alrighty. E te kaunihira, i ngā hono ngā whakapapa ngā te tirangi ta ngā te tūwharetu tēnā koutou katoa. Ki te taho o tōku kuia no mōkai ia, wakahuia tērā. Ki te taho o tōku kuraua, ko tawhirau tērā no ngā hapu o tauhara, no ngā te tirangi ita. Ko Bobby Rau Koneti o ka matua, ko Miri Mani Putu Pakuri mā tēnā koutou katoa. Tōku nei whakaro, e roto i tōku tuhinga, I wrote the song Peru Peru by our Uncle Tikanawa, and in that waiata it has everything that we would Ngāti Tirangi-ita. In regards to Ngāti Tirangi-ita has Rangi Toto. I think after later we'll probably sing it for him. But I'd just like to acknowledge Uncle Tikanawa and Ngāti Kataraina. Also acknowledge my oku matua keke, whaia keke, tūpuna, and all the kōrero that they put forward in regards to Motutere, in regards to our tūpuna whenua. My kōrero in my submission, I talked about my koro, our koro hena and our auntie Nani. They used to have a shop at our marae, at Waititoko Marae. And they used to go tin canning for the tourists, for the camping ground. They used to have, tin canning music, waiata. Band, they used to have a band. And a few of our uncles were in that band, and also a kapahaka. But they used to perform for the tourists. And my whakaro is, I often wondered how they felt seeing their land, the alienation that they had, not being able to stand on their own whenua. And I also admire their resilience because they had to adapt to circumstances in doing that. So my whakaro is I support the recognition of Ngāti Tirangi-ita, our cultural views as kaitiaki, and I would like to see the preservation and protection of our taunga tuku iho, or our tupuna whenua. I'd also like to acknowledge my cousin Jana today. And to add to that, I'd like to talk about my cousins Kelly, Te Huhu, and her brother Richard, who, for their work and diligence in the return of our tūpuna whenua, the Taupo-Kaingaroa at Motutere. And so in that one, in regards to the houses, the return of the houses at Motutere, I'd like to also support better funding for the maintenance of the wastewater system attached to the campground and also the Motutere Taupo-Kaingaroa. I support the reinstatement of the foreshore property to its natural state. Our whānau experience with campers, some have not been good. We have whānau who get abused by campers and they're thinking that that land is theirs, or that just because they've gone there for years and years, that means that that's their whenua. And yet our whānau live next door and they've been abused. And as landowners, or tangata whenua, how are we supposed to deal with that? But so even today, the feeling of alienation is, in my generation, is still present. So I would support the removal of camping from any form of restriction of hapu accessing, and stop the alienation of hapu accessing the foreshore.
Kia ora. Kia ora.
I'll just see it as in this day and age, what we've been through in the last few weeks is about tino rangatiratanga and the return of our mana motuhake and our tūpuna whenua. So I would just like to support our ropu, our te ranginata kaimahi, and seek that Motutere Reserve Management Plan includes a direction that there is to be no lakeshore camping at Motutere Bay from 2038 on the expiry date of the existing campground lease.
Kia ora, Mary. So we've passed the 5 minutes.
Yeah. What that? Toi tū te mana motuhake. Toi tū te whenua.
Was there any questions of clarification? I mean, I found your presentation very succinct and everything else. Was there any questions for Mary there? Ka ora. Ka pai. Thank you, Mary.
Just ngā mihi, Mary.
The next speaker is Bronson. Just, if you can keep to the 5 minutes, please. If you can do it less than 5 minutes, that's all good as well. So what we've done is ask people to don't reread your whole submission. Just stick to your key points and use that time well.
I'll keep it stopwatch for 4 minutes. Alright. Tuatahi me mihi atu ki ngoku hoanga me ngoku whananga o ngā te tūwharetoa mai te mātāpuna ki te hikuwai, mai te hikuwai ki te mātāpuna, tēnā tātou katoa. The sum total of what I've written was given to Ngāti Te Rangi-Ita in a show of solidarity as a fellow descendant of Te Rangi-Ita and Waitapu. So you have that quoted already. What I wanted to speak to is the process. There are some gaps in the information. Looking on the website links for council, I find no mention of how it is that the Motutere Reserve came into council administration, and so I must confess that my submission is lacking serious context. And without that information, without knowing from the council point of view how this current situation came to be, it is highly unlikely that I can speak to the future of Motutere Reserve in a manner that even resembles intelligence. So what I would invite in the next round of consultations is that there would be the opportunity, there would be some provision. What is the history? What happened? Why wasn't Motutere included in the 2018 Ngāti Tūwharetoa settlement? E raku nei au e taku pinati, nā runga te kuare. That's me. Shortest time you've ever had me speak. But no, what I would ask is that please In order for us as Taupo District Council dwellers, we need more information. Kia ora tātou.
Kia ora, Bronson. Any questions for Bronson? We may not be able to deal with those matters through the reserve management plan, but certainly that's an ongoing conversation, I think, with the hapu. Was there any questions in terms of the submission?
More of a comment.
Just a comment from Councillor Taylor. Kia ora.
Thanks, Bronson. It's a valid question. It's a deep question. And it's what I asked as well, and looking for as much information. There is information there, and there is conflicting information, and it's not an easy job to weave a path to find out exactly what happened, because I wasn't around in 1926, looking around the room. No, not even Danny was here in 1926. And subsequent events that have occurred. So yeah, we are delving into that, and I have done a bit of digging, but look, it's a legitimate question, and I thank you for it.
Probably a different year should be your anchoring point there, sir. Motutere wasn't included in 1926. That is one of the, and because of a lack of information, there is misinformation. And so while I do not claim to speak for my cousins down in Waitatopo, I do respectfully say that I think you and I are in the same boat, because you've mentioned a date which is probably not to be included in this narrative. Kia ora.
Fair call. Kia ora. Thank you, Bronson.
Chair.
Oh.
Seeing you've left us so much time, Bronson.
He's coming up afterwards.
Is he going to be just as short? Because they've been lovely chat. I have asked quite a few people yesterday, and you're considerably younger than me, and I'd like to ask you the same question. Putting aside the comments that you made, which are not devaluing them in any way, what would you like to see Motutere looking forward into the future in the next 20, 30, 50, 100 years?
Sure, great question. And my response respectfully is that without a complete knowledge of context, I could not give you a coherent or intelligent answer.
Well articulated.
Kia ora, Bronson. Thank you very much. I'm sure I'll see through Trudy soon. Amy, if you could come forward, thank you.
Kia ora tātou te whananga, Ngāti Turangi-Tongariro, ki ngā kuia, ngā karaua, o ngā hapu maha o tūwharetoa, ngā mihi ki te community e noho e mua e ngā koe te katoa. He uri a hau o Ngāti Turangi-Tongariro, o Amy Walker, tōku ingoa. I'm the chairperson for the Turangi-Tongariro Māori Committee, representing the interests of the hapu. I'm also a member of the Co-Governance Committee, which Lauren talked about just recently, with Taupo District Council, a committee established around 2 years ago to make decisions in relation to the hapu today, regarding their settlement of 1998. Our submission is supported by our hapu Co-Governance Committee members, Te Tākinga Niu, Lauren Fletcher, and Esha. I tautoko all the earlier speakers, particularly Lauren and others from yesterday, with references to Uncle Te Kanoa. Ka mihi mai o hā ki a rātou ngā. Ngāti Turangi-Tongariro is a whānau, whananga hapu to Ngāti Turangi-Ita. Our whakapapa extends beyond the immediate connection between Turangi-Tongariro and Turangi-Ita. And to even further back to Ngā Toroirangi, and you've heard all this kōrero from others, our footprint is already embedded here into this whenua that's been talked about today. So to hear campers talking about 3 generations of regular camping on this whenua as though it gives them some sort of right over what happens on this whenua because they have a connection, all I can say is it's kind of pales considerably in comparison to our uri of Ngāti Turangi-Ita and our uri of Tuwharetoa. For the record, Turangi-Tongariro supports the submission made by Ngāti Turangi-Ita, and in particular we oppose lakeshore camping on Motutere Bay within the Motutere Reserve. So please just take our submission as read. I sat up early this morning watching the YouTube videos from yesterday's submitters because I wasn't able to attend yesterday, and thought, wow, There's a lot of passion and knowledge that was in this room yesterday and today. The historical accounts from my whanaunga Rākei and others, and their continued support to upholding the 1926 Māori Land Amendment and Māori Land Adjustment Act in respect to water and public access can only be considered admirable and honourable. This just demonstrates our aroha to the public and sharing our whenua and our wai with everyone. We've heard the intrinsic values associated with this whenua from Konanarangi and his 2 children, Gina and Tamiri, and many others. Those values aren't something that can be imparted or educated to campers or outsiders or to Mr. Tilton so easily or overnight. No amount of signage or storyboards can do justice to the intrinsic values and practices that have been handed down for generations. It's like tapu, it's in our DNA. I guess this is why we meet at a crossroads that sometimes can't be crossed. It's a bit like an impasse. Yet I feel because we no longer have full control over our whenua, like we did before the whenua was taken, I say taken, or used in a manner that is inconsistent with the original intentions of the Act, that we are once again having to justify our position to those who created the situation in the first place. We have to fight to get it back, to get our position heard, while others say, what's the problem? Kia ora, Taupo District Council. Kia ora. For too long, the campground in its entirety has served only the privileged who now want to claim some type of right to continuing their paid occupation. Mr. Tilton yesterday said he would support any decision made by council. Once again, you as a committee have the power to make a recommendation to the full board of council to put things right. It can't be right now or we wouldn't be having this conversation. I've nearly finished. I want to say in support of our submission this, maybe not this committee, but there are members on this committee who are Taupo District Council members. They are our co-governance members, by the way, with our hapu. TDC, you created the situation, you allowed a 38-year campground lease to be taken out on a public reserve on Lakeshore Whenua, of which hapu and iwi have an integral interest. It's called mana whenua. Nowhere else is that evident around Lake Taupo. Take the honourable first step and support the removal of the Lakeshore campground. Then go one step further, might I add, and make this the start of a handback of whenua to Ngāti Turangi-Tongariro. For too long our whanaunga has been locked out. You hold the power. You can make a decision that generations in the future will respect you for and remember you for. Your names will be spoken for generations, because we will talk about you, Danny, we will talk about you, Sandra, we will talk about you, Kevin, and the rest of you, about this moment at this time for the bold actions you're taking today. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Kia ora. Kia ora.
Sandra.
Thank you, Amy. A very powerful delivery and every word taken on board, and I can feel you watching me.
I do apologise for my attire. I literally just came out of the bush.
You look great.
Thanks, Amy. Can I say, message received. You are as articulate and forthright as I would expect you to have been. Thank you.
Kia ora.
Kia ora.
Our next speaker is Reeve Gray. Good Reeve.
Tēnā koutou I ngā memo te komiti, ko Reeve Gray ahau. I'm here before you as a Taupo District resident, a ratepayer, but most importantly, an uri of Ngāti Tūwharetua, and particularly of Ngāti Tūtemohuta and Ngāti Manunui. I'm also a member of the Rōpu, which has been referenced by some of the other speakers today, Ngā Taikura Taia o Tūwharetua. Last time I was here making a submission to council, I was 14 years old, an actual rangatahi at that time, and it was for the drafting of the Taupo District Council long-term plan. At the time, Council acknowledged my ideas, but they said that they fell outside the scope of what they could include in their plan. I come to you today a little wiser, I hope, and that is to say I won't make the same mistake twice. What I am recommending today, and what other submissions have already recommended in an overwhelming fashion, is straightforward, achievable, and absolutely within the power of Council to exhibit. My recommendation follows on from the submission I made: no lakeshore camping at Motutere Bay from the expiry of the current campground lease in 2038. Over the last day or so, a vision has been articulated. A vision for Motutere where public access is fully restored, and most importantly, the calls from Ngāti Te Rangi Tiki Waititoko are heard and actioned. I want to thank mana whenua who have already articulated to the committee the significance of this wāhi. The word connection has been used repetitively from across all those who have submitted. But one thing needs to be made absolutely clear. There is no human to environment connection that exists in Aotearoa that trumps the relationship that tangata whenua have to the lands, to the waters, to the mountains that have literally birthed our people for nearly 1,000 years. For Uri of Tuwharetoa, our connection to Taupo Moana transcends the importance of any law, lease, or in this case, campground that has been set up through New Zealand's Crown administrations. I want to emphasise this because it's at the core of my submission. The current situation at Motutere Bay represents a fundamental disconnect, a severance of the special relationship between Ngāti Te Rangi Ita and their Waimoana. For recent generations, this area has been primarily occupied as a campground. A site of spiritual significance has been turned into a profit-making site. Through this process, frequent campers have formed their own bonds and connections to the place. And as we've heard, some of these have been felt to be deep and profound. But the bonds that campers have created have come with extreme cost. Campers have enjoyed annual summer camping trips for decades, whilst people whose ancestors have protected and bathed in those waters at Motutere for centuries have been excluded and denied their rights as kaitiaki. In many ways, a great deal of damage has already been done, but here we are with an opportunity to restore those connections for descendants of Taupo Moana. The hapu have articulated an inclusive vision for Motutere Bay, a vision for the bay that upholds centuries-old tikanga that are dear to us as tangata whenua. By completely removing lakeshore camping, Ngāti Te Rangi Ita can move closer to being able to exercise fully their kaitiakitanga over the space. Their uri will once again be able to hear the stories of Motutere in the very place they were created, with views of the moana unimpeded by tents, caravans, and out-of-place igloos. Campers who camp across the road can continue to enjoy the space with the knowledge that hapu desires are being honoured and respected. In finishing, I want to draw attention to the Draft Reserve Management Plan's proposed compromise, transitioning only the area west of the boat ramp to public day use, while potentially allowing camping to continue on the eastern side. This compromise is not aligned with the inclusive vision that mana whenua have so well articulated. This approach would deny unimpeded access to a portion of Motutere for yet another generation of whānau. This decision should not be a balancing act. We are choosing between, on the one hand, principles like kaitiakitanga, manaakitanga, inclusion, and the broader public interest, and on the other hand, commercial profit-making and the further exclusion and disrespecting of mana whenua wishes. If the committee is to operate by the values articulated across the majority of its draft management plan, the choice should be simple and the pathway forward clear. The draft reserve management plan must include an unambiguous direction for no lakeshore camping from 2038. I urge the committee to listen to the voice of hapu, the local community, and broader principles of public access and environmental stewardship. Support the restoration of Motutere Bay as a truly public space, a space for connection, restoration, and a shared responsibility. And I rungi I tērā, I want to thank the committee for the time and space for submitting today. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa.
Good, Reeve.
Sorry, Reeve, in terms of scope, you nailed it this time.
Thank you, Reeve. Kia ora.
Kia ora.
So we can see Edwin online. Edwin, do you mind unmuting yourself? Oh, that's a lovely background. And yes, 5 minutes. Kia ora. Kia ora.
I'm just checking that the time hasn't started yet and that I can just pop up my presentation if that's okay.
Okay. Team, you're good for. Yeah. Should we be able to see, we can see it. Thank you.
Ka pai. He moko puna hau nā te rangitua māta tolu te tangata mōhio ki te matataki, ki te kaituha. This whakatauaki exclaimed by Mananui Te Heu II is a whakapapa legacy that is etched on the headstone of my korau te kiko Terangi Wikātene. That flows on to his brother Rakateitei Wikātene through my Wikātene whānau line, ko Edwin Wikātene ahau, he Ngāti Terangi Ita ahau, e te rau e pai nei tēnā kūtau, tēnā kūtau, tēnā tātou katoa. Thank you for the opportunity to share my views this afternoon. I want to state clearly I oppose the Motutere Bay Camp expansion and fully support the phased ending of lakeshore camping by 2038 as a first step of many. Today, Taupo District Council has the opportunity to be the exemplar of the tiriti in action, not the tiriti in action. A signal to the nation of what Honourable Kāwanatanga and iwi and hapu rangatiratanga looks like in practice, with shared vision, shared aspirations, and a healthy budget from TDC to support tēnā kuta. I want to acknowledge the submissions that have been clearly stated regarding the environmental degradation, intergenerational trauma and mamai on Ngāti Terangi Ita and the continuous intergenerational impacts on Ngāti Terangi Ita. I will not be elaborating on those topics, but I will take a deeper dive into the wāhi tapu of significance for stronger insights. As you have heard from many speakers over the past 2 days, there are many significant wāhi tapu in relation to Motutere that must not be considered in isolation. I want to acknowledge cousin Lauren and nephew Te Whara for referencing koro this afternoon, as many have across the past 2 days. And that has inspired me to speak in koro's tongue, i nā hoki ko te reo Māori. Kia ata titiro tātou ki te māhure-hure, kei te katau kai raro i tēnei whārangi. Tēnei toka, he toka tapu nā taku tūpuna i a ngā toroirangi, rāua tahi ko tia. I konei tako toa i a rāua te tahi kawa, mā tia a titi raupenga, ma ngā toroirangi a Tongariro. Ko te māhure-hure tēnā me tōna hononga no ki te taharepa ki te hikuai. He hoki ngā mahara ki ngā mahi a te koraua, ko te tī hai, i tana kakahu, pawhiua ki te wai, tērā te māhure-hure tanga o te taharepa. Ka piki te titiro ki hautū terangi. Ko hautū terangi tērā te tahi o ngā ingoa o ngā tama a ngā toroirangi, i te tahi o ngā wahine, nāna i Hawaiki. Ko hautū terangi te pātawhito o terangi tua mātatoru, tēnei ingoa, he hono ngā tahi ake ki tō mātau kohika nui kia ngā toroirangi. Ka whakawhiti pēnei mai ki te poporo, ka ki te atua hau i waku kuia i waku whāia. E pāna te ringa ki te poporo. Tērā te poporotanga o te wairua, ka whakamanu taiko ake, ki runga ki te Motutere o motu taiko e ki te nei tātau i te runga o tēnei whārangi. Nā, ko motu taiko te rua koiwi o ngā riki. Ko motu taiko te tohu wairua o mātau o Ngāti Terangi Ita. Ko motu taiko tērā honanga tapu ki Motutere. Te wāhi i motu wai ka tere ake ki roto i te moana. Kui nā te Motutere e kōrero tiane e tātau i te rangine. Nā ko nā taku ngākau ka wana i ngā kōrero mo taku koraua, mo tō tātau koraua. Ia koro te kanoa, nāna tātau i whakaihi-ihi, i whakawana-wana i te rangine i ngā rangine ki te whakatakoto i a tātau kōrero. So, there are the significant sites that need to be considered in coordination. We cannot not isolate Motutere as its own entity within the catchment. Hoi anō, anei tētahi a tui-tuingatanga kōrero, hei whakarotanga mā tātou, hei wānangatanga mā tātou, i te āhuatanga o te huarahi ka whai e tātou kimua. I'm really thankful for the presentations that have been shortened and reduced today to allow me to cut to the chase. Kei konei waku recommendations, reserve management plan. Strengthen honourable relationships with Ngāti Terangi Ita. Share the roles and responsibilities to preserve Motutere Bay, the surrounding environment and cultural significant sites. sensitively designed inland camping sites to ensure sustainable ecosystems and biodiversity of the whenua and wai. Preservation as an investment that protect and future-proof Motutere Bay's natural environment, cultural heritage for future mokopuna generations, local Taupo residents, and manuhiri to the area. Lastly, but not at all least, kawanatanga and rangatiratanga. I recommend strongly the development of a considered strategy and plan that sees the return of Motutere Recreation Reserve to Ngāti Turangi-Ita, the rightful owners, as an act of honourable kawanatanga by the Council as recorded in the submissions to the Tūwhare Claim Settlement Bill in 2018. And again, I oppose the Motutere Bay Camp expansion and fully support the phased ending of lakeshore camping by 2038. I leave this profound kōrero from Koro. I whakahuatia ia ki runga i te paki pūmeka, the island. I ngā hoki wana kupu ka mea nei. When I look across the island, I have the very same feeling since I was a child. It's a very special place. To me, it's a tapu place. And it's the place where some of my tūpuna are laying in rest. Ana reira tēnā tātou, i te āhuatanga o a tātou kōrero, i te neirangi e mihi aki ana, ka whakahokia te rākau kōrero kia koutou, kia pari mai he pātai ki runga kia e mihi ana.
Thank you for that, Rākau. And thank you for sharing your PowerPoint with the committee here. We've got a copy here and I appreciate that as well. Just going to open up to any questions.
Thank you very much, Ewan, for that very powerful presentation. I particularly like the preservation as an investment, I suppose. It's something that people don't often think about in that context. I think what you're asking for is outside the ability for this committee at this time. And it's received, but it's probably beyond us. One of the things I want to ask you about, though, is you have one of the few people who actually said that you're opposed to the expansion of the camping ground on the other side of the road, which in essence would be sort of like a compensation for moving away from the lakeshore. Can you just explain a little bit more why you're opposed to that, please?
Whilst I would assume that could be viewed as a generous offer to balance and stabilise the long history of trauma, the long history of disconnection and dislocation. Ultimately, the goal would be to have a full return, a full and total capacity for Ngāti Turangi-Ita to govern over its own lands.
Thank you. I acknowledge your response. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Kōrero. And it's very well received.
Kia ora, tēnā
koutou.
Next speaker is Turangi-Tongariro Hall. He's another one known for being very succinct.
I need you to keep me on clock. Yes, ma'am.
Give him 3.
Oh, I think we've seen those calls before.
Tēnā tātou. Tongariro te au kaha te au kawe kina punaroku e te kauau whatu nei te tāne ko tā ngai taimo ki te korowai tapu o Piwi. Mānu ki te taiko ko horomatangi ko tapu wai hariru a te ki te puau e nuku hau. I whakahua te ai te kōrero a te waitapu hei a ko ki te tūwhera tunu te awai nuku hau. Kōrua te au i era o ngā kupu i te me nā ko kawe nā kupu ko tā ki kera tui tina karaki e mana ki te mana o tō mātou nei moana taupungi i a te. Nā te roirangi tangi he tangi moana kaukura rangi tā kamu mau ki nui mau ki roa mau ki taupo tūwhare tō Rā kei hopu kia tāringa tuti te whāte tuatei ko te rangiita ka moi i te waitapu. Mai te waitapu ka puta ko tamamuti rawa ko tuti te whāmena ko te roke wanganui i ngā tamariki ngā tamaiti a rātu. Ka moi a tuti te whāte tuaroa i a rauko ka puta ko heke ka tāwhao ko rangiuia ko rangiahu ka mau i hini rau. Nā rawa ka puta ko rangimutuhia, nā rangimutuhia ka puta i haka ko i haka kahua. Nā rawa, nāna ka puta ko ki tōria nā mi kahua, ko meri pāpua, ko meri nea, te tūpuna o tēnei nā. Nā wiki tōrea ka puta ko hori dandy o te rā, nāna ka puta ko toki māma ko reina, te noko ke nei muri rā, ki whanau ko Triga Rangati me hasi kia koutou nā komiti te kaunire tēnei wā. Thought I'd start with those two pieces of remembering Uncle Kawa for all of the work that he has done, and also to our whakapapa, to Turangi-Ita, but also to that whakapapa tells a story of this loki of Ngāti Tūwharetoa. Very much here submitting as a member of Tūwharetoa in support of the position of our whānau and our hapua o Turangi-Ita ki Waitito. Acknowledging our whakapapa that binds us to them, and then also our joint responsibility as kaitiakitanga to look for the better vision for Nauri whakaheke. Beautiful kōrero that we've heard already today, and I thought it would be important too when I also heard Rake's kōrero yesterday too, to count out the generations that our tupuna have been here. So I had to do that, then I had to number it, because names, numbers to give me then. So to me, 23, to Rake, I think he counted 20 generations to him yesterday, so a little bit younger than him. But with this whakapapa, and with the names of Motutere, Taupo-Nuia, Te Tapuai-Harirua, Te Motu-Taiko, Te Rauotuhuia, Titi Raupenga, it tells a story, it tells a history of this place that predates the arrival of Dark Constabulary in the 1860s. It tells a story, it tells a history which is rich, and it's one that needs to be celebrated and actually reflected in future decision making in the way that looks. And so I thought, rather than focus on the position, which is, support today to cancel any private commercial leases over top of a reserve space, which actually I would say is a bit out of scope, and almost like, while there's a function in the Reserve Management Act to do that, should you be doing that? And I know then you need to think about, if it's a decision separate than that, what's the trail of evidence he needs to then prove to understand why it would not be a good decision to continue the lease. And if I wanted to turn that around and go, the questions you've been asking already, what does good look like? What does a good future look like? What does a good design for the future look like? And for me, that starts with, if we come back to Te Tiriti o Waitangi, and even if we look at these principles which have been really well talked about these last few weeks, if we look at partnership, I look behind me, we've got some really, really skilled guns behind me that will do really, really well with writing these technical reports. We're doing an analysis now of what mātauranga is, what mātauranga means, and then how it can be applied for a technical decision-making document to then actually propose a framework to help guide decision-making, but then also outline what is the right thing to do. Just because there are functions in the RMA and in the Reserves Management Act that the measure is based on less than minor in order for an impact to be anything other than permitted, that doesn't mean it's still the right activity. And what it misses is that mātauranga lens to be put across it. So what I'm proposing is, actually let's get these people in the room and have that discussion. We shouldn't have to come to a public submission process where now we're a stakeholder submitting to our partners around what our views are, create those co-governance spaces which are already there. I've got the Trust Board's 2003 iwi Hapu Environmental Management Plan. For those that were around at the start of this year, we delivered our Waikato Awa Cultural Impact Assessment 2024. Both are really, really good tools to help the council officers at that level with the technical guidance to how do we move through a decision-making framework that actually acknowledges te taha Māori and te taha Pākehā. So at the moment, it's the scales are too tipped in one other way. In my submission, I use those same principles from our Waikato Awa CIA as an example of how they can be applied and help the decision making. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Triga. Any questions for Triga? Sandra?
Yes, thank you, Triga. I'm hearing you say, don't do the bare minimum, try and do more.
Nothing wrong with being better. The worst result is being better.
Thank you.
Kia ora tūtega. Look, I'll make it really quick. I was wondering what the Waikato Awa CIA was. You've explained it explicitly. And I think if there's anything more about that, would you like to elaborate?
I think what I can say is that was a process that we went through with our whānau, where we could front face what good decision making looks like, and we put the framework up front rather than responding to an activity and then going, oh crap, these are its impacts, how do we offset the impacts? It was, how do we not have the impacts in the first place? And so I'd like recommend that there's a pathway for the right technicians and for governments to approve to have those same level discussions with Turangi-Tongariro to build those framework up front. And so before we even put the plan together, if you follow the framework now that matches to your tikanga, matches to your values, then this is what good decision making looks like. And so it's hard work, but if you do it first, you save all this time now, and I suppose in going through processes like this. And it can be done. It's within the realms of the RMA, so it's just thinking a little bit outside of the square of how we operate.
Kia ora.
Tēnā koe. Just following on from that, does it remove the ambiguity at the resource consent application stage?
So,
is that the intention?
So I would say that you've got this decision-making framework now that's measured against mātauranga and values of Turangi-Tongariro, and now it questions and does take a look back to look forward. Were these things considered at the time the consent was first granted, and does it match to, for example, toi tu te ora ngā whānui o tūwhareto? Does it allow that? And I think we've heard in the evidence submitted today it doesn't do that. So then it will require a reflection of, if it's not matching that, how can it do that? And if it doesn't, now we've got a clear evidence trail of how an activity that was granted actually doesn't fit with what should have been some measure, I'll say, that should have been in place and considered before the decision was made when it was first granted. So it provides that clarity.
Tēnā koe.
Good. Trigger, that might be a nice segue into my question. You've mentioned Section 17 of the Reserves Act in your submission. And so is it your view that the entire campground or just the lakeside camping is inconsistent with the Act?
So I think the Act also, I can't remember what section it was, but it's
53 and 54 is probably what you're looking for.
About that of leasing options as well. Yeah. So I'd want to look at the activity as a whole, and put that lens across it as well. And so I think the submission of Turangi is actually quite reasonable to only just limit it just to the campsites on the lake, and because that's an access of whānau to our taonga, it's actually access of the public to the taonga, but put it across it all as a whole. Because I mean, you could argue the other way, the other side of it too. I mean, people camping close to the ngahere, then I'd be asking what's the toi tu te kaitiaki principle that's being, again, from this example here, but how's it been acknowledged in that activity, and can that be enhanced, can it be done better, can a condition be added to the camp on that side of the road that has to be a certain amount of natural revegetation, for example, to suit the native bush that's around there. And I like the part that everyone's asking what this could look like. I remember the words of Tom Lachlan, Uncle Tom Lachlan, I should say if he would shoot me if he was here.
I'll mention it
to him. We talked about, again, different example, but we talked about rangatira point, and again, same thing. It's all tupuna whenua. Every piece of land here is ancestral land, it all has value. But for him, a measure of success is that our native trees are flourishing. The time scale for that is how long it takes for a tōtara to grow. Are our tui happy? Are they pollinating the trees? And now I know it seems a bit, again, out of the box, but that's our way of thinking and a different type of indicator of what success can look like.
Cool, thank you.
Good, Shani, thank you. So next speaker is Maya Rakaida, who's speaking on behalf of Ngāti Tarangi Waitoko. We've afforded Mr. Tilton and Maya an extra 5 minutes, so just, keep you informed. I'm just going to adjourn for 5 minutes for ablution break. tātou. I'm now going to reconvene our meeting. And we have Maia Kaida. Kia ora, Maia.
Tēnā koe, Chairman. O te rā tēnā tātou katoa. Ko mai wikaira tōku ingoa, he uri ahau no Ngāti Turangi-Tongariro ki Waiti tōku hapu. I start in that way because I have been described as the hapu lawyer in this process. And that doesn't explain to you that this is not a transactional arrangement for me. I am a hapu member first, and a iwi member second, and then I am a lawyer. And that is how I live my life and how I practice. And this particular issue is deeply personal to me as a hapu member, because I have been given a very strong responsibility to represent the voice of the hapu through this process. It is not transactional, it is deeply personal. And in that regard, yesterday and today, our hapu and iwi members and tangata tiriti supporters have sat in their mana, and they have eloquently and respectfully told you why they oppose lakeshore camping at Motutere Bay and why they are seeking a 2038 end date, and that end date is so critical to restoring the connection to this place that is of deep cultural significance. The voice of successive speakers has built upon the last, and it has woven a rich korowai, a cloak, that we leave you with, and we hope that you wrap yourselves in when you turn to your deliberations and when you come to your decision. It is important that you feel the warmth of that cloak. It is important that you feel each stitch that has been woven into it, and that you understand the immense responsibility that we have as kaitiaki, but you have as decision makers. Despite suggestions that this space at Motutere Bay along the lakeshore is open to the public, our iwi, hapu and kaitautoko have told you that that is not true. They have shared their lived experiences, and all of their experiences should weigh heavily on the working committee and the decisions that you are to make, but in particular, the experiences that have been shared of our mokopuna, our tamariki and our rangatahi, feeling excluded and being told that they are not welcome, being told that this is not a place for you, when instead it should feel like a warm embrace, should weigh with particular weight. They have told you about the mamai, they have told you about the inability to practice their spiritual connections to this place, their cultural connections to this place. They have told you about the inability to create living memories. They have told you about the fact that currently connection sits in the abstract and it is not a living reality for them. They have also told you about their vision for the future, about how all of those mamai can be undone. They have given you the recipe for success, and it is well within scope. This response and the number of presenters, both within the submission context and the kaikoro that you've heard today, is unprecedented from our hapu, and we acknowledge that. Many have bravely submitted to you for the very first time, either in written form or through their presentations. Ordinarily, council plan making processes are foreign environments to our whānau members, and a number of them have made mention of that, or you may have felt that in their presentations, notwithstanding the elegance with which our hapu, iwi and kaitautoko have shown up in the last 2 days. They are not processes that our whānau feel comfortable to navigate. This is a statement of general application in the context of council processes. It's not a criticism of this process, but it is a legacy issue that is relevant to the way that hapu have shown up in the past to council processes. But information and technology have been the great equaliser in this process. And my cousin, Kelly Tihahio Jr., who presented to you yesterday, who is a Motutere Point resident, and I, have deployed those tools to enable our whānau to come and present to you. That is the resource, that is the full extent of the resource, that the hapu resource that has supported their participation. The resource is a passion for our people. The resource is a commitment to them. The resource is a belief in the fact that there is no substitute for authentic voices, and the fact that the answer lies in them. The resource is also spending time away from our own whānau in order to support our wider whānau through this process. The resource is whanaungatanga. It would be entirely inappropriate to accept criticism of that, and I'm not suggesting that this committee would do so, but I do make that comment given comments yesterday. And when enabled in that way, our whānau have come out in their hundreds. Kelly and I are very proud of giving voice to those people, and we ask that you give voice to them now. You give voice to them for recognition of those statements in a material way in the Reserve Management Plan. Recognition in a material way does not mean responding to the suggestion that there isn't enough information about the special significance of the area and one could retain lakeshore camping but include signage. That is a literal representation of words without action. Signs are meaningless when the very connection that they reference is not provided for. The suggestion put to you yesterday too that there are other bays, aroha mai, and we can go elsewhere to recreate misses entirely the cultural connection that has been reinforced over the last 2 days. It's also an important point to note that council documents and our own experience identify that this is one of the very few sheltered bays in the eastern shore of Lake Taupo. So when we think about connection, when we think about developing living memory in a new future that you can realise, sheltered bays are critical to the mokopuna decision. It is critical that our young people, that our kids can have a safe space to experience these things. Other bays don't have that same level of shelter, that haumarutanga that is critical to developing connection at a very young age. I would love for my 2-year-old to be able to develop that connection early, and that it is our hope and aspiration that can be realised in this plan that our tamariki mokopuna of future can do that early, and it's not a matter of other bays simply being a substitute. A material way, recognition in a material way in the plan also does not mean providing for campers to have an intangible spiritual relationship with the lakeshore by retaining lakeshore camping, and in doing so, denying that reverence that they feel, that oneness with the lake, that connectedness to the very people whose identity depends upon it. We can't be kaitiaki without connection. We can't heal without connection. Importantly, our proposal is not severing the opportunity for campers to have a relationship with the bay. It will be a different relationship, but our proposal is a community proposal, and they are part of that community. Our request is an outcome that does not exclusively benefit the hapu. It is manaakitanga at its foremost. The hapu is advocating to restore access for hapu, iwi members, ratepayers and residents within the Taupo district and campers alike. I want to be clear, this proposal is not a compromise for the campers. Our 2038 proposal honours the campground lessee's existing lease, which has no renewal options for extension, and respects the reliance that lakeshore campers have placed on that lease as sub-lessees. It also gives the campground owner and their campers 14 years notice of the need to move from Motutere Bay Lakeshore Reserve, including a direction of a 2038 date as fair in every possible way. We are the ones, as Mahora said earlier today, one of our rangatahi who spoke to you, we are the ones who have been compromising through denial of our connection for many years, and we are willing to continue to compromise for certainty. We are willing to wait until 2038. The campground owner's position further that the loss of lakeshore camping after 2038 will have a direct and significant financial loss to his business also ignores the fact that after 2038 he has no legal entitlement to continue camping on the lakeshore, and so he's no longer legally entitled to derive an income from lakeshore camping. In any event, yesterday I acknowledge the way in which the campground lessee showed up and provided his presentation, and the recognition that he made that, in fact, if we have a reserve management plan that enables the opportunity for expansion, then it's critical that it's an opportunity that still needs to be worked out through any later arrangements in his own lease. That is a separate process. Then the impact would not be hugely significant from a financial perspective. Those are the words that he used. That is in fact what he has, because the reserve management plan is identifying areas that have the potential for expansion, but for which other processes, lease arrangement processes, approval processes, resource consent processes, would then determine the appropriate parameters for that. And they would involve hapu input where appropriate, including through cultural impact assessments, to ensure that those parameters are appropriate. And I acknowledge my cousin Gina Rangi's comment yesterday in picking up that, in fact, cultural impacts, it shouldn't be limited to simply the effects of the construction, but there are also effects to consider in respect of the broader effects that campers have in potentially straying into wahitapu areas. Now that is the appropriate level at which to comment on leasing matters at the reserve management plan stage. And you said yourself, Councillor Taylor, that it's a matter of chronology, And I want to make clear why that is particularly important. This reserve management plan is fixing a problem of the existing reserve management plan, which is incredibly deficient. Not only is it 20 years out of date, but it is 20 years out of step with the modern expectations of reserve management plans in terms of standard reserve management plan expectations, and that has a relationship with the standard lease terms that one might impose in that context. So it would have been entirely inappropriate in the context of that incredible delay and all of the things that we have seen from a cultural perspective, the move and cultural and environmental changes, to then have begun to engage in lease term matters under the old lease when there was a clear need to uplift that lease. I recognise that the Hapu has worked with the Council to uplift that lease, and so the majority of the matters on which we have submitted are matters that we are in support of, save for the need for suggested edits in order to recognise the true policy intent of matters, and also the need for suggested edits in relation to lakeshore camping. I have 3 short points to make, Sir. I acknowledge the time. There are final issues that have been raised through the course of discussion that, if misunderstood in my mind, could lead to a conclusion that, well, perhaps restoring public access could have unintended consequences, and they relate to the location of the boat ramp, the car parking discussion, and the issue around the effect of public access on residents. I want to say that those are in fact red herrings in the context of a discussion about a 2038 date, because we have the time to resolve those matters. And in addition, issues like the location of the boat ramp, which of course there is a discussion to be had about the risk of tension as between swimmers who recreate and also boating activities. Those are processes that will happen in conversation with the harbour master and other processes. We have the time to resolve them. There is no need for them to be seen as a barrier to a 2038 date, particularly in relation to car parking also. The first step would be the removal of those lakeshore facilities. The area that has been identified for car parking is a small area which is primarily modified and for which there is also a grassy area. We are not suggesting, in the context of Councillor Taylor's comment about the potential for wasted expenditure on creating a car park, then needing to potentially move a car park elsewhere in a longer term vision. We are not suggesting that you spend all this money on a car park. We are saying there's an opportunity for a light touch and the recognition that it is an interim solution. And I agree with Mr Tilsham that there is a longer term discussion about appropriate car parking on the other side of State Highway 1 that would account for the opportunity to be able to have a full lakeshore that is open to public and Hapu access. A very brief comment on Motutere residents. The Hapu has been alive to the impact of our ahika, many of whom are Hapu residents, of more public coming to that area. And in that regard, our submission states repeatedly that there is a need for respectful public access, and there is a need to guide that through signage, through direction, and through ongoing engagement. The Hapu aren't going anywhere after this. We are ready to walk hand in hand with the Council and with the campground lessee on these matters. And there is an opportunity to resolve all of those issues with the time we have. Tēnā tātou, and I'm willing to take any questions.
Kia ora, Maya. Sandra?
Thank you, Maya. Your submission is extremely helpful, and your previous presentations to us as well too, also extremely helpful. I'm just going to ask you just a little real simple, silly sort of sounding question. Everyone's talked about removing all the facilities from the lakeshore, but I'm concerned about the public access and all the people who will be coming there, because as we've acknowledged, it's a sheltered area, it's a lovely area for people to go, take children and probably spend the day here. Across the southern area of the lake, Omori, Kuratau, Stump Bay, we have got toilet facilities in all those places. You know, is there an opportunity for us to retain that? I know it sounds like a really basic question, but like if we take everything away, then we're going to have a problem with the environment.
No, it's a very good question, because when I talk about removing of all facilities, I talk about removing of those facilities that exclusively support camping. Yeah. So there will absolutely be a need for amenity block facilities that support the engagement with the area, and there's an opportunity to reflect on what that looks like in terms of the long-term vision. And that then comes down to critical practical issues that the hapu have raised and others have raised about if you've got young kids, you don't want them crossing State Highway 1 to go to the bathroom. So we need to be really clever about some important public safety issues, but those are design features that we are willing to and can work on together. Right. Thank you, Councillor Renslater, for your question.
No, I'll hang it, but you go.
Tēnā rā koe. I found your presentation and the submission clear, comprehensive and well delivered, so thank you. I note in the submission a number of paragraphs or sections noting the amendments sought, which look to me to be carried through to the current draft that we will make deliberations on later. My question is, do you foresee, in the context of the presentations made in the last day and today, there being any additional edits or commentary?
Thank you for that question. It's a great opportunity to reflect. The first thing I want to note is that my cousin Turangi just talked to you about essentially some design principles around decision making, and I want to be clear that I actually think that that is within scope, but not necessary for amendment, because the amendments that have been made are about partnering in decision making and are about work plans and other documents, operational documents that will support that. In developing those documents, there's an opportunity for design principles, such as those that have been identified by my cousin, to inform the way that decision making moves forward. So I think there's not an amendment necessary in that regard. I noted in my presentation, so I won't repeat it in detail, but the fact that I do think that there is an opportunity for amendment in the context of my cousin Gina's comment about ongoing camping, the effects of campers, and there are some provisions in there that will be able to guide drafting, and that's in relation to, we already acknowledge the importance of the wāhi tapu and the cultural sites, and her concern is really about providing in the design context for clarity of area and that notion of placemaking and sound guidelines in that regard. I think that there is, we aren't bound, in the context of the car parking issue, the proposal that's been identified, I think that there's enough in there and the recognition of a light touch for the councillors not to be concerned about the potential for any wasted investment. So I have been reflecting on whether or not you might provide amendments in that regard, but actually when stepping back and thinking about what is presently there and what we do in that regard, I think that that is the current drafting, all we could do is identify that there's an opportunity for the council hapu in the campground lessee to recognise that in terms of early removal of facilities, that an alternative that's agreeable might be something that is noted at a high level as able to be determined within lease terms, and that's again, it's a direction, it's not preempting the lease. So that's probably the only thing I'd say could be added by way of drafting, because it gives flexibility and it recognises that the campground lessee would be stepping out of his legal need to provide early removal, and it's an opportunity for engagement in that regard outside of the proposal.
Thanks, Maya, and thank you for your
supplementary on that.
Sorry, jumping in. Go for it.
And thank you. I just have inga rai rua ko pahuria ki nei, kua rongo I te mamai o te hapu. Me ngā kupu pera te āhua. Ko taku pātai ki a koe. I roto I te rautaki ina nei, kua kapohia I ngā whakaaro me ngā kōrero o te mamai, ko pai te whakatakotoria o ngā kupu e tai ai te rongo I te mamai. So my question is, over the last few days we've heard of the disconnection and the importance of connection and whakapapa. We've also heard of the mamai, and so we've certainly heard that from numerous speakers. And my question is, does the current draft, does it appropriately reflect what it needs to in terms of capturing that history?
My view is that the mamai is not captured in this. I believe that there is a reference in the, I'm just pulling it up, to the depth of the mamae is not captured, is what I'll say. The leases and licences provision, I understand, I kind of identify that there's a tension, and there have been impacts of having kind of leasing and licences in those particular arrangements, but that mamae is not captured. The depth of connection is captured to a point, but then it cross-references to other work. So I think that there could be an opportunity to we talk about the fact that Ngāti Tarangitia is mana whenua, but there could be an opportunity to just strengthen some of the drafting around the depth of that connection and what it means, and the notion of being able to realise that connection at place in a tangible way.
Tēnā rā koe.
Kia ora. Thanks, Maya. I just made a couple of notes here. Thank you for your presentation and your delivery today. It's succinct. I found it really, really interesting and powerful. I just made a note here, and I'm not sure whether it actually had sunk in with me, in particular around the 2038 end of lease. There is no right of renewal anyway, so it's so thank you for emphasising that. We kind of got hung up on, well, we could negotiate around that, but come 2038, there is no negotiation. This is the end of the lease.
Yes, that's correct, and that is why it is, in my submission, it is imperative that a date is included now. The suggestion that, well, we could wait and we could include something later, there's nothing preventing you from including a 2038 date now, and instead what the hapu are saying is we are willing to respect those legal rights to the extent that they exist, and then we recognise that beyond that it's actually a blank canvas, and we have given you a vision for a future.
Cool. So I just want to test my thinking here, and I'm assuming your comments around infrastructure spend was response to questions I had with
Yes, sir.
Yesterday with Mr. Tilton. So I've made a couple of notes just to make sure I've got right in your response here, is that you're encouraging us not to get sidetracked on other issues like the boat ramp and whatever other agencies might be involved, and any costs or parking and what that all looks like, that those are secondary issues to what we need to focus on in terms of this reserve management plan, and they will follow on afterwards. Did I get that right?
That's correct, sir. Yes, they are secondary, and there are opportunities to navigate through and find a solution, both in relation to the various avenues for solution, but also the time. Yep. And they also involve conversations with key stakeholders, some of whom will be the decision makers, for example, in the context of the boat ramp, that are not the council. So that's why it is important in my mind in submission for you to focus in on those matters. You've had some excellent commentary from campers, from hapu members like my uncle Raka yesterday, and from Mr. Tilton, who have experience of some of the issues around the tensions with the boat ramp. I'm saying actually you should collect that as a repository of knowledge that can then support the realisation and solutions for those issues, but their future processes that needn't sidetrack you or create red herrings in the context of decisions that you can make.
Thank you. That's what I heard. I just want to make sure I got it right.
Thank you.
Kia ora, Maya. Thank you very much for your presentation. Kia ora. Our next speaker is Ngātori Wall.
Yes, she's here.
Ko ngā toru wō tōku ingoa, he tangata whenua ahau. I just have to say, whose land is it? From my recollection, it's our land, so give it back. So in saying that, of course we are opposed to electoral camping, of course we are opposed to leases, and then it takes us back to a memory, as we sit there, I remember my uncle Whakapū Mautanga Downs, drove me along that road every day. Most days when we could take them to Hui to talk about the tūpapaku that were buried under the cliffs, to talk about all the urupa as such, and the tapu and the sacredness. And when he drove through those cliffs, he always bowed his head, you know. So I come with all of that in my head as we're listening to what's going on here. So I say to the council, whose land is it? It is our land. It is Māori land, and one day it's going to return to us. So we can do all of the submission process, but if we're not heard or listened to, tangata whenua will take it into their own hands to have the land returned back to us. And that's the message I come with from tangata whenua, because we can't carry the Māori and all of that mamai going on to the next generation and the next generation and the next generation. I came here for my Uncle Daki to remind me on what he used to tell me when we drove past those areas. Known as Motutere, Motutaiko, and all of that mamai from them knowing that those tūpapaku are washed into the water and their wairu is still scattered amongst the bays. So I came for him today to put his name back in the kōrero so we always remember and we never forget. They fought for their tupuna who fought for theirs. And then it makes me remember too the stories of Robert Morehuan and all of them when my dad and them were kids, and they talk about them blowing up the old pipes like kehua, scaring the Ministry of Works people because of all the ghosts that are around the place. So all of those two memories can tell you the significance and the tapu of the areas that our people are used to occupy, and that the ceremonial places that took place on the land that was confiscated first by the Crown, handed by privilege to the District Council, then used commercially to lease to a private owner. All of those are resemblances of mamai and trauma. So it's not easy for us as rangatira to sit in this forum and be downgraded again by the Māori that we carry in the mana of our tupuna. So that's all I came here to say. Whose land is it? It is our land. Tēnā tata katoa. Any questions, Danny?
Any questions for Ngātoru?
That was clear.
Thank you very much. Seeing if Florence Kraitina's online. Doesn't look like at this stage. So we have Fiona. Kia ora, Fiona. Kahu Kura Chase.
Before I take that seat, can I have another kind of little bit of extension?
Carl,
No.
5 minutes.
I wanted to talk as on behalf. No, and then never mind. Then I
5
will
minutes.
just take my seat. Bow to the tool of the crown. No, I won't. Tēnā koutou. Ko Fiona Kahikura Chase toki mai mani kia koutou katoa. I hope, did you receive all my written submission? Ka whai. And I've written another one. So I'll just give a brief so the whānau can hear what my written one was about, which carries on from Ato's and everyone else's and Maya's. Let the lease run out, that's point one, and not be extended. Return all land to Te Rangita, and Toitu Te Tiriti, Toitu Te Rangatiratanga o Ngā Hapu o Aotearoa. And so that was the bulk of mine, but I've written a bit more. Just sitting here listening, and I thought I'd come. I'm also a councillor for Ruapehu District Council, along with Jenny Iwiko and Courtney Wilson. So we have three Māori wards out of 9, plus we have a Deputy Mayor, Viv Koita, so that makes 4 out of 9. It has been part of our work to lift the engagement of our council with whānau, hapu and iwi and PSGs. And we continue to work on that every day. It is been part of our work to lift the knowledge, or lack of it, with the other council and council staff, so that they could engage at a higher level, at a better level, understand, get a better understanding of Te Ao Māori, even if it's just a glimpse of it. We volunteer our time to explain ourselves, which our tūpuna have been doing for 184 years, and we're a bit over it. But anyway, we still do that, and we still find ourselves sitting here trying to explain ourselves on what truly is ours. It's our land, it's our culture, it's our reo, and we just want to be Māori. But you cannot be Māori if you do not have your land. And in my submission I talked about how the council is part of a tool of the Crown, and how we've all been marginalised because you yourselves are a tool of the Crown, but you can do much better than that. And Ruapehu District Council has done much better than that in the year and a half that we've been at that table. We have, in our long-term plan, we have 2 pou. One is good leadership, which every council should have, and the other one is te tiriti o Waitangi. And in between that, we have all kaitiapitanga, manaakitanga, all of those tangas, and we explain them to that. We teach them about that, and they work hard to strive for that. As part of that, my whānau also owns the Taumaranui Holiday Park. And it's on the Kia ora work. He used to work for Ruapehu District Council. Part of that camping grounds on the shores of the sides of the Wanganui River. The Ruapehu District Council administered, and still does actually, the holiday park. That is being returned to iwi, and it is our hope as Ngāti Hauaroa Hapu for that to be returned to Hapu. Now we didn't need to go through this. Our whānau didn't need to sit here for days. We worked on the inside, teaching council, showing council a better way to be, and then they made the decision. Our whānau didn't need to do this. You shouldn't have put our whānau through this and then given them 5 minutes to explain their whakapapa, be it 22 generations. They didn't need to do that. We worked on the inside, came to an understanding of those that get to make the decisions, and then we brought the whānau and said, this is the resolution, and they made the right one. It's returned. And that's a lot of land. A lot of land and other bits of land as well throughout Ruapehu have been returned without this. You don't have to do this process all of the time because this is alien from us. All of us aren't getting paid, but they're here because they love the place. Nothing else. They love their place and it's theirs. It's their right to not have to do this. You shouldn't put them through this. This council should be better than that. I thought this council was a leading council with great relationships with iwi. But you might have a great relationship with PSGs, and you might have great relationships with Māori Trust. But have you got a great relationship with Hapu? Because that's what makes the place tick. It's Hapu, it's whānau and Hapu. And so you might have got it sorely wrong today and yesterday, but you have got an opportunity to get it right from now on. And that's what my submission said. There was a time when councils could get away because they didn't know, because we weren't taught. But I assume all of you and everyone else listening and everyone at council does know a better way. They do know about Te Tiriti o Waitangi. They know a better way exists. So you have the opportunity to not look at things like legislation that works against Māori, like the Treaty Principles Bills that you should have all submitted on and oppose. It's legislation that continuously puts us in boxes and then forces us to do things. We shouldn't need to bow down to you. We shouldn't need to ask. We shouldn't need to answer that bell. We shouldn't need to sit here. So you have the opportunity to make a better decision today because we're over it. It's our land. And we're going to take it back, whether you say yes or no. That's just a fact. Kia ora. Toi tū te tiriti.
Is there any questions for Fiona?
Be brave. Come on, give me one.
Thank you very much, Fiona.
You're welcome.
Kia ora. Kia ora, Florence. I see that you're online. You might need to unmute yourself. Are you happy to speak now? Can you hear me, Florence?
Can you hear me, Florence? You're still muted, but can you unmute yourself?
Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
I'm just wondering if your
Yeah. Is that better?
yes, we can hear you now.
We can hear you now. Sorry. You can hear me now? Oh, cool.
Yes, speak up a little bit.
Speak up a little bit.
Just a bit quiet at the centre. But if you could speak into your mic.
Kia ora.
So,
Can you hear okay now?
Yes, kind of. It's on full volume. So you could speak as closely as you can to your microphone. But you've got 5 minutes. 5 minutes, please.
Yeah, I really only need 2 probably. Look, can you hear me now?
We can hear you.
I can hear you.
We can hear you too.
Are we ready? Okay, sorry. Anyway, tēnā koe everybody. For those that don't know me, my name is Florence Karaitiana. I am a uri o Kuraputo. I have a long history of being a strong advocate of espousing our tupuna Kuraputo, and I will continue to do so in the space of council. Who was Kuraputo? Kuraputo occupied and existed around the lake shores of Tapu Aiharuru, Taupo for centuries. Before the existence of tūwharato, and certainly before the existence of colonisation. So why have I submitted? I've submitted because of the Battle of Motutere during the 1700s. My Kuraputo tupuna alongside tūwharato fought against Ngāpuhi in that battle to protect Motutere. And many of our tupuna that were killed and died to protect this land. These are not new stories, these are stories all over the Motu, sad stories at that, but stories that we have to carry and share and keep reminding people about when it comes to our whenua. Like Ngāturi just said, these are our whenua. Our links, our whakapapa links tell us that. History tells us that. Our tupuna have told us that, but nobody seems to be listening. They all want to partake in what our tupuna fought, battled and died for, our whenua. Some of them were buried on Motutere. Many of them were buried on Motutere. But we have our own pa sites in Urupa, in sites of significance around Motutere and the surrounding whenua of Motutere. I changed my submission simply because after reading some of the submissions by the other whānau and listening to the kōrero today, I totally support that Waitutoko and Te Rangi to retain that right to be the voice of our tupuna who died to protect Motutere That's why I've submitted, because I have to be the voice. Because as you can hear in there, they're all tūwhare tall voices. So I have to be the brave one to stand up for our other tūpuna, kura putotia, and those voices that aren't heard at the table. That's my job. And I'm pretty good at doing it. You know, as for you, the Taupo District Council, I've noticed in Hui's with you, I've been to a couple of other ones some years ago, you know, this rule of thumb thing you possess is so obvious. We need more than 5 minutes realistically to be able to maybe get something into your guys' heads about this being our land. We need more than 5 minutes, but I noticed the conductor or whatever you call yourself, you know, that rule of thumb thing. The rule of thumb, you've got 5 minutes, you've got 5 minutes, and I think you were getting quite annoyed with our people that were talking because they went over time. Realistically, you know, we want to shout and scream to the whole world who we are about this whenua of ours. So I'm not going to take up your 5 minutes, so that's all I want to say. And just to my last snippet is, Council, you never fought or died for any of our lands. So let the people that we entrust in them to manage them and look after them. Thank you.
Also, are there any questions for Florence Kraitiana?
Pardon?
I was just double checking if there's any questions from the committee. There's no questions, so
yeah.
Thank you very much for your call.
Thank you.
So the last speaker we have on the schedule is Ryan Bailey.
Yeah, he's here.
Kia ora, Ryan.
Good afternoon, councillors, council staff and all the viewers online. My name is Ryan Bailey. I'm 36 and a half years old. I live in Stanmore Bay, Auckland, and have been camping at Motutere Bay for 36 years. Motutere Bay is my second home. My daughter is now third generation camper here, and if we are heading to the lake, she's the first in the car. I'm a member of the Motutere Bay Committee and a sponsor of the Taupo horse races on the 30th of December, and I support other events around the area. There is a simple saying that many of you heard: if it's not broken, don't fix it. It's been an awesome campground where families have come for the last 80 odd years. It was originally established in an agreement in the 1926 Act as a campground for the people to have somewhere to stay for its world-renowned fishery and to bring them from all over the world, and it is still world class today. I don't believe it's broken, it just needs some slight adjusting. I'd like to clear something up. The Crown on the 11th of March 1936 brought the shares for the 350 acre Opua Rio block. It was not taken, it was purchased for an agreement sum of £5,066.05 and is split in the purchase of fishing licences. The fence that has been mentioned, they have not been erected by campers. They are all the old original fences that went around the old shop and the petrol station. The fences now act as a safety barrier. That is that is the main area where people pull in from State Highway 1 and people waiting to use the boat ramp.
Please.
The now filleting shed on the lakeside was originally a small toilet block made for the Queen for a visit in 1953. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I was under the understanding that we're here to try and make Motutere a better place for generations to come. The past is the past, we cannot change that, but only look forward to the future. By closing lakeside camping, you're also closing the last place in the North Island where you can go and camp this close to the water's edge. It is also stopping 20,000 odd people a year that enjoy lakeside camping. And the money that people spend in the local community estimated at around $10 million a year. Losing lakeside camping also comes at a huge loss to the leaseholder, and can the park still run as a viable business with just hillside camping? If the hillside was so popular, why don't 90% of the motorhomes, weekend caravans and tenters park there now? Because nothing can beat the lakeside camping. It's the jewel in the crown. Do we really need another reserve? We have 2.2 kilometres of current reserve that has already been set up with picnic tables south of Motutere, and you have Motutere Bay Scenic Reserve 400 metres north of the campground that is already set up as a reserve, not to mention all the other reserves around the lake. But you only have one campground that is on the lakeside. Further north you have Hallett's Bay, which has some of the best swimming on the eastern side of the lake. While in some of the past reports sent out, it was deemed that it was unsafe to pull off in those areas. In my 36 years of camping, I am unaware that there has been any incidents of people trying to pull off. I would be happy to see some data around this. What is stopping anyone right now pulling off the road and onto the lakeside for a swim, picnic or even a barbecue? The lakeside is pretty empty 10 months of the year, apart from nightly motorhomes that need a safe night's sleep. Last I checked, there are no lock gates, a simple sign saying please report to the office, and a sign at the boat ramp stating that the foreshore is for public use. By turning the southern end of Motutere Bay into a public reserve, you could be opening a can of worms with people not following the rules. We already have issues in public reserves around the lake with people doing as they please, lighting campfires, leaving rubbish behind, excessive drinking, freedom camping, and the list goes on. My question is, who is going to manage this, and how is it going to be managed? Can we have the best of both worlds, where 10 months of the year it's a reserve and the campground put out more picnic tables, and 2 months of the year around the busy period can they be put into storage and brought back out again? And the boat ramp north of the campground stays as a campground however the leaseholder sees fit. I see this being a very cost-effective way where everyone wins. Or run the park as it's continued for the continued lease to 2038 and then reassess the park closer to the time. I can understand and appreciate this. It won't be an easy decision, but hopefully some common sense and logical thinking can find a happy medium. All I ask is that our future generations are the main reason for your final decision. Thank you for your time, and happy to take questions.
Kia ora, Ryan. Is there any questions for Ryan? Carl? Thank you very much.
That's not easy.
So that's the last of our speakers. We're going to adjourn till 10 minutes past 3. So that's the last of the speakers. If you're welcome to stay for the deliberations after 10 past 3. But yeah, cup of coffee time. Kia ora.
King
whangaro, te tinana, te wairoi te ara takatū, koe a whakairia ke kirunga, kia wātea, aira, kua wātea. E tika ana i tēnei wā, kia taki karakia, kia kopani i tēnei wāhanga, he mihianga ki o koutou, mō koutou tāpai, mō tēnei kaupapa whakaharara, kei a mātou i te haipapa, kia rapu i tētahi huarahi, e tika ana mō te katoa. Nā reira, e mihi ana kia tātou katoa. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Kia ora.
of the land, then Greg is here to be able to provide some of that.
Okay, kia ora tātou. So I'm going to reconvene our committee meeting. We've got a proposed resolution on the screen, which I need to pass now. You'll see there's one in yellow that's been added, and that's to allow Fiona's late submission. So we've got a resolution that the Motutere Recreation Reserve Management Plan Committee receives, hears and deliberates on submissions received, attachment 1, and accepts late submission 609 from Fiona Kahukura Chase, attachment 10 under separate cover 2. Can I have a mover, please? I see Aroa Finch is nodded. Seconder is Councillor Sandra Greenslade. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against, carried. Okay, so I'm about to hand it over to the staff, but we're in the phase of deliberation, and we do deliberation in public. There is an opportunity for us to, when we deliberate, to get across our intent of what we would like to see, with the ability to do some wordsmithing by our staff afterwards, and for email to tidy those matters up. And then ultimately the decision recommendation will be going to the full council. We're very keen to complete our deliberations today if we can, and yeah, you had a comment?
Oh, just a question. So, thank you. Here you on. We'll go through and continue deliberations. Now there is some opportunity for wordsmithing that officials may do subsequent to that. Noting my questions to some of the presentations, that there might be some additional wordsmithing. Is that contained in that? Take it away, and I'm just trying to appreciate that opportunity.
I might just pass over to Nick or Warwick.
And I was, in particular, my question to Maya.
Okay.
Me?
And Gina.
So just introduce yourself, Warwick, please.
Kia ora everyone, my name is Warwick Zand. I'm the General Manager Strategy and Environment for Taupo District Council. In response to your question, so if there's any parts throughout the submissions that you wish to be included for modification to the plan, the team will take those points as we go, and there's an idea that if we look at a resolution at the conclusion of the deliberations, that puts us in a better position to look at it holistically. So we'll take on board all the points as we go, and then resolve to adopt the plan at the end. So hopefully that answers your question.
Yep.
So I'm now handing it over to Nick. Kia ora, Nick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For those who don't know me, my name is Nick Carroll. I'm the Policy Manager at Taupo District Council. So it's primarily been my team working with the Reserves team to progress this management. I just had a couple of points I wanted to make at the outset of your deliberations process, and then I'll hand it over to the rest of the team. But the first point is that this is your deliberations process. It's your process as elected members and as the committee to run. We're here as a team of officers to provide you with advice and information to enable your decision making. Second point is that you've got a report from officers in front of you. It's structured in a particular way to help you step through the decisions that we think you need to make to be able to hopefully get to a place where you're recommending a final reserve management plan. Our suggestion is that you work through that report in the order in which it's presented. As was noted, we'll capture the key points of your debate as we progress, and we'll look to wrap that all together into one resolution at the end. And I've seen deliberations done both ways. I've seen committees which have moved through complex processes and made a series of decisions as they go through. In this situation, I'm going to suggest that you wait until the end and wrap it all up in one resolution. And the reason I think it's probably appropriate to do that in this situation is because there's a lot of interconnection between the different issues that you're going to talk about. And I think in many respects it's good to look at those holistically. There are some suggested drafting changes which you will have noted in the report. Those are sitting in attachment 7 as the track change version of the management plan. One of the difficult things when you're working through a deliberations process like this is seeing the changes in isolation. Often the wording changes that you look at need to be read in the context of the broader section or the broader part of the plan that you're looking at. So as we work through the deliberations, my suggestion is that you keep an eye on that track change version, so you're looking at things in the full context. And then finally, having been through a few deliberations processes, drafting by committee is really challenging and very time consuming. So I guess I would just re-emphasise that point that you focus as a committee on being very clear on what your intent is, and then you leave the drafting process up to us as officers with the potential to bounce those words back past you if you see a need to do so. So those were just the key points that I wanted to point out at the start of the deliberations process.
Thank you, Nick. So we have Erin.
Officers. Kia ora everyone. I'd also just like to introduce, we have Greg Hadley here, who's our Parks and Reserves Manager. So if you have any questions regarding matters around the Parks and Reserves and the operational matters, and he's here to answer those questions. And online we have Fiona Bramwell, who is our Senior Solicitor. So for tricky questions around any pieces of legislation or possibly the lease, then she'd be the person to ask. Kara was also here, Kara Scott, who's very knowledgeable in the reserve space, so she may also be able to answer some questions. Kara is going to bring up the track change version of the draft on the screen, so you can see what those changes look like in the management plan, and then we'll walk you through each issue that we set out in the hearing report, starting with issue 1, which Heidi is going to talk about. Then we'll do issue 2, issue 3, the recommended changes to the objectives, general feedback, and then, as Nick said, sort of a holistic recommendation. Thank you. So I'll pass you on to Heidi.
Good afternoon, committee, chair and public. Following on from what Erin just explained, we had 3 proposed changes that we went out to consult with the community for. Issue 1 was regarding the restriction of a Taupo Bay, restriction of vehicle access, I should say. Feedback received discussed the water ski lane. I just want to note that this is outside the reserve management area, so this is not relevant. Some submitters were concerned that we were proposing to close the bay entirely. We are only proposing to limit access to one...
Heidi, were we putting this on the screen or sharing?
For this one, there's no track changes.
Okay.
So we're proposing to limit access to just one car park with a single entry and exit point. So that means users of the bay will still be able to park there and use the bay as normal during the day, and the internal unformed road will either be retained for a walking and cycle track or to be removed. The proposed changes are to help control illegal behaviour such as freedom camping, illegal dumping and fire lighting. There are 2 options for consideration. Option 1 was that we approved the restriction of vehicle access to a Taupo Bay as proposed in the draft RMP. And option 2 is to not approve restriction of vehicle access to a Taupo Bay. Officers recommend option 1. Does the committee agree with the officers' recommendation?
Can I have comments from the committee?
Sorry, we can't find it. But I'm just listening.
I'm looking
Where-
at page 15 of the
Page
agenda.
15?
Item 5.
Thank you. Got it.
Is that where you guys are?
Yeah, thank you, Jade.
Thank you, Jade. Helpful to tell us what page you're on. There's so much here.
So I've just asked for any comments or questions of clarification from the committee before we decide on whether we support option 1.
I did want to ask a question, Chair. I just wanted to ask you about the car park. It's intended that you will actually make the car parking area sort of bigger than what it is now and contain it? Is that the plan going forward? Yeah, okay. And I'm fully in agreement with that, one in and one out. I think that's the safest from my point of view. Thank you.
It's a question for me. I'm just more around the geography there. Is there enough space within the confines of the lake edge and the road to have a turnaround as well? So we're going to go in and out of the same spot at the moment. It's in, carry through, run the gauntlet with a four-wheel drive, it's there, and come out further north. So.
Yeah, I'd say just looking at the site, there's probably a couple of options where you could, there's a couple of places where you could do that. Have a turnaround, some car parking, and back out again. So
I know there's an area about halfway long which looks wide enough that you'd be able to do that. Is that what you mind? Looks like through the chair.
Yes.
Sorry. Sorry. Oh, it was for grief. Yes, there is.
Right.
Okay.
Jade?
So I just got a question around the bylaw and signage. So there is a bylaw allowing freedom camping, but there's a sign that says don't. Is that?
But there shouldn't be any freedom camping in that bay. We don't usually allow freedom camping in our reserves.
Thank you.
Kia ora, Aroa.
Kia ora, Heidi. We've spoken about this before, and the signage. The signage needs to be clear. Is that part of the parks and reserve that you're going to do? It was there, it's been taken off.
Yeah, kia ora. The signage through that section has a very short lifespan, so we will put up no camping signs, that kind of thing, and they don't tend to last very long. It's just something that we have to keep doing, and I think with part of this development it'll allow easier management of the site if you contain it into one smaller area, and just I think just a lot easier to control. At the moment there's just a lot of areas where cars can pull off and park in the bush. It's very hard to police at the moment.
Kia ora. I think this is a question to the Chair. Mr. Chair. Hey, Mr. Chair. I'm not too sure if this is a question for now or later on. Now we know that this is a significant cultural site. I have mentioned throughout the whole process that we're going through that we need to have a recognition of the tūpapaku that were buried there. So is this the time for this or later?
Just give us a reminder in terms of the section to do with protection of sites of significance and everything else. So I'm assuming you've got a wider arrangement to manage what Ara was talking about, or was it just for the other part?
Through the Chair. So at the moment the management plan talks about having signage for education about those culturally significant sites. So if there are areas we need to protect, then yes, we do need to include signage and tell those stories and explain why we don't want people accessing those areas. So yes, holistically, that's an action in the plan is to have more of that signage, but I think our Parks and Reserve Manager wants to add to that.
Yeah, I think rather than even wait for development, there's something that we could do there in the short term. Speaking to Hapu and get some sense of the significance of the area, and I think that may actually aid in behaviours if there's some understanding. So quite happy to work in and see if we can improve what's there currently.
Yeah, thank you for that. We've heard just recently the need for depth of information, depth of cultural sites. So that would be really helpful. Kia ora.
Kia ora.
Okay. So the intent is not to pass like a resolution for each section. We can do that at the end, but I'm just going to go with a simple show of hands if everybody's had their questions, clarification in terms of supporting option 1. Show of hands. Oh, that's unanimous. Kia ora. Could you take us to the next item, please?
Okay, so issue 2, if you're in the hearings report, that's page 8, does that make sense? The proposed new camping areas, and Kara is going to share her screen to show you the map.
We're on page 16.
We're on 16.
Sorry, I've got different number.
Yeah. So page 16 for us?
16,
Kia ora.
issue 2.
Yep. You need to do
Karen,
anything to share the
please
screen, Karen?
allow to share the screen.
Sure.
Oh, sorry.
No.
Yeah, it's on. You just see the plug in. Are you plugged in?
Are you plugged in?
Just take it out and put it back in again.
I'll just talk while we wait for the picture to come up. So issue 2 is regarding the proposed new areas to be included in the campground lease. So we have area 1 at the back of the campground. That was proposed to be used for tourist accommodation. In area 2, in the old contaminated site location, it's proposed to provide that area for recreation purposes. Since we did our presentation to the committee back in August, we had a hail site assessment done for the contaminated site, and that did show really low levels of contaminants in that area. So that means, along with conditions, that it could be used for the purposes of recreation. If there was to be land disturbance or earthworks, for example, then there are some conditions we've included there in the drafting about what would need to take place. For Area 1 and Area 2, the Cultural Values Report did identify that the areas were used historically and have cultural significance. So again, we've proposed conditions to make sure that any land disturbance would have a cultural impact assessment done with a cultural advisor from Ngāti Turangi-Tongariro, and some further conditions there we've proposed. We'll bring up the drafting for that one. I think Kara's just going to scroll down to the proposed change of wording. Also to note...
Erin, before you go any further, sorry, Chair, so the contaminated site is still the contaminated site, that hasn't been okayed? You've got that orange area?
It's still, so that was the old map, so what happened is it was marked by the regional council as being a hail site.
Yes, yes.
We've had the hail assessment done and it's been cleared for that purpose.
Yeah.
It is still an old landfill, so that's not taking it away. That's just saying that the level of contaminants is very low.
Thanks.
I agree. Do you want to add to that? Sorry. Anything else about the report?
Are you finished there, Erin?
Yeah, so, no, I'm not finished, sorry. Also, just to note, in the draft plan we consulted on, we had a condition that Area 1 at the back, the tourist accommodation, would be, I can see there, sorry, conditional on the lessee removing camping from the Lakeshore Reserve. What the lessee has asked, and you heard yesterday in his submission, that that area be approved so he can begin preparing it for sites, which may mean camping can be removed from the lakeshore sooner. So it'll take a while to get that area cleared and prepared. So he's asked for that to be included. So we've proposed in the draft to take out that condition A, that the camping has to be removed first. So it's sort of the order thing I think we were talking about earlier. So the order would be approve that back area first, allow it to be developed, rather than lakeshore camping to be removed first. But that's something that the committee needs to consider and discuss and deliberate on.
I think the intent is if we would like, if there's an opportunity to move camping away from the lakeshore earlier, then we want to provide that flexibility. We understand that the two mechanisms are not just the plan but also a new lease in terms of, and that is a question. So currently, the current lease doesn't provide to be able to do things there, or?
That's right. At the moment, those areas sit outside of the lease. Yep. So they were in the original 2004 management plan. They were identified as potentially new areas to be used, but they had some conditions in about, I can't remember what the words are actually, but the idea is through this management plan we would confirm those areas to be included in the lease. We did hear from submitters yesterday and today as well that it may not be appropriate to include those areas, so that's something the committee have to consider and discuss today, is whether you want to.
Yes, through the chair. So that's the nub of the question I raised with Maya around.
Yes.
So if you look at, on one hand, we have Mr. Tilton saying, I'll do this if you do that, and then Maya saying, actually, you can't tie one to the other, although they are tied in some respect, because if we were to put anything in with Area 1, that is dependent upon completely different processes. So it's an RMA process, which has a cultural impact assessment and a range of other things, and I'm not of the, I'm happy to be corrected, but I'm not of the understanding that we can predetermine the outcome of a separate process by something that we agree to here, which puts us in a bit of a catch-22. So I guess we need some very cleverly wordsmithed paragraphs here that don't paint either the leaseholder or the hapu or us as decision makers into a corner of our own making that we didn't want to be in. I don't know if that's made myself clear or just muddied the waters.
I think we just need to be clear about what our intent is, and the intent is that if we're able to encourage things moving away from the lake shore to this new area, we need some mechanisms in terms of how to make that work. So I'm guessing it's more of an enabling type framework. Are our staff comfortable that they understand our intent and that it's possible to come up with some wording that would achieve that?
Well, through the chair, at the moment, what the drafting does is it says this this proposed new Area 1 would become available as part of a lease arrangement, and that would happen as soon as that was negotiated through a lease process. It wouldn't be developed until a series of conditions had been met. And there are ecological conditions in there, and there are cultural assessment conditions. And those might result in some restrictions around how proposed Area 1 is utilised. So those are the additional processes that Maya was talking about in her presentation. So that's what's currently before you as a drafting suggestion. One, that it can go ahead as soon as it can be negotiated as part of a lease arrangement. And then two, there would be these separate processes to assess the ecological issues and the cultural issues and make sure any development was respectful of those and managed any potential effects.
Without putting words in anybody's mouth, I mean, the expectation is the lake shore would be surrendered as part of the lease as well?
That's not currently written in here. So at the moment, proposed Area 1 is not conditional on the surrender. That's what the previous drafting was. Our recommendation as officers has been that you change that you simply open up proposed Area 1, subject to conditions, as soon as possible on the basis that starts to enable that transition to take place. But it's not conditional.
I suppose if we look at the submissions that you had.
Your microphone's turned off, sorry, Chair.
That's on. Sorry, I'll talk. So it's a bit too relaxed. And, yes, the expectation though that is, for want of a better word, a quid pro quo. And I guess we want to have a reserve management plan and or lease type arrangement to give some comfort that what's being requested can be achieved. And I guess we don't have any ability to influence the lease at this stage. We do have the ability to influence, obviously, the plan. So I guess, I mean, we need to deliberate on this, but yeah, I think we need to give that, be clear that that's what we're wanting as part of the document. Would that be fair to say? Help me out here.
So can I just backtrack a little bit? So could you just, prior to, so I want to talk about A first. So before yesterday, the proposal before us included A. Is that right? Which was to include Area 1, and one of the conditions was subject to the removal of, so they were tied. Given now the strike through of A, the reliance is on the mechanisms around the cultural impact assessment and the other assessments, so the RMA process. Is that correct?
Not the RMA process. The consent would only be required if there was...
Oh, sorry.
Well, actually, I don't...
No, I appreciate that.
But yeah, sorry, so it's... I believe, Fiona, did you want to speak to this?
Sorry, Brigitte, I was just going to say that the RMP very much dictates what we put in the lease. So the more detail we put to the RMP, the more guidance we have the lease.
But what I heard was the more guidance we put into the reserve management plan, the more we put in this, the greater the guidance is for the lease terms. So we basically set the parameters and set the framework for the lease negotiation will be determined upon what we agree in this, which comes back to your chicken and egg conversation before.
I think the first thing for you to be clear about is whether you want to tie proposed Area 1 to the removal of camping off the lakefront, or whether you're comfortable with proposed Area 1 being developed prior to the lakefront camping ceasing, whenever that may be.
I guess, before we go to Jade, I guess for me the intent is happy for it to proceed, but probably not utilised, for one of a better word, until the area of the front is cleared, if that makes sense. So I think there's a development aspect of it, and go through the RMA and everything else. And I think you'd want to do that to give yourself comfort that you can, for one of a better word, do this exchange with the lakeshore area. But I think the ultimate leasing of it or usage of it, I think that does need to be tied together, if that makes sense. That's just my initial thoughts, but happy to deliberate further.
I support that they be tied.
Yeah, with some reservation. And I can see Mr. Tilton's point on this, and I still got this internal conflict around the presentation we had from Maya around you can't join these two together, one has to follow the other. But you know, what Fiona has just said to us, that may be the case, but one seriously influences the other even though they follow in chronological order. And I'm also conscious, and I can see Mr. Tilton's point of view, that, yep, I'll agree to this and you'll agree to that, subject to conditions, but then within, and that's the cultural impact assessment and ecological assessment, a whole range of other stuff which sits under an RMA process, and then he ends up being snookered because he can't tick any of those boxes, so he doesn't get it at all. So I can see that point of view as well.
So hence my attempt at an elegant solution in terms of there's the investigation, you know, getting the RMA consent and that aspect of it, and then there's a separate, for want of a better word, triggering mechanism, which is you wouldn't be able to utilise it until the area of the lake shore was surrendered, for want of a better word. So the question for our legal team, so I think that is going to be and again, I've got smarter brains around this table than myself, but I think that's my intent, and I think that's the close, unless you guys have got some other suggestions, we can sort the wording out later, it's more the intent suggestion.
Yeah, I think the other thing I heard from Mr. Tilton was that at the moment the wording that we had up there under A talked about the cessation of all camping on the lakefront. And I think what I heard from Mr. Tilton yesterday was that there may be room for a discussion about creating a day area on part of the lakefront and enabling tenting on part of the lakefront prior to 2038. And if that could happen and he got Area 1, then things would work out. That he would be prepared to make those changes on the lakefront if he got proposed Area 1 in the meantime. So you need to also think about what's the degree of change that you would be comfortable to see on the lakefront before you enabled proposed Area 1 to become available for camping purposes. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. The scale of change.
Yeah, I guess there's the direction, sorry, the advice from our staff later is around, in terms of the 2038 date, ceasing everything on the lake shore. Yeah. So if we're trying to create a mechanism to bring that forward earlier, the values, sort of the arrival at that point is about how do we achieve the values and the vision and objectives. The point where we think we've landed is that we need to actually limit, for want of a better word, what's on that lake shore. So I'm just wondering, just talking out loud, take a look at my process, that we're sort of moving away from what the staff is currently recommending as the landing point that meets, gets us closer in terms of achieving our vision, which is improving that access for the wider community, and which would in turn provide for access for the hapu in terms of achieving what accorded today. So I can understand wanting that flexibility and everything else, but I'm not too sure that's going to achieve what we're trying to achieve. And I'm looking at Councillor Taylor. He's very experienced in this area.
Can I say something?
No,
No, I can't. About where curator was doing.
So, just trying to put my RMA hat on here.
Yes.
Thinking out loud. At a principled level, if I reflect on the totality of the submissions, there is, and I think in the officer's report, was it 87% or thereabouts oppose this, and Mr. Tilton has conceded that this is where it needs to go. And if you look at the lease document, it's going that way anyway at 2038, or it's up for renegotiation. And given what we've been exposed to over the last little while, it would be an extraordinary set of circumstances that everybody agreed to, or just carry on with camping there. So I think, based on the information we've been given and what we've heard, that is an inevitability. The mechanism to achieve that is through the lease negotiation, not necessarily through this, although we need to give, at a principled level, point towards what the outcome is that we're after. The chronology of that, whether it happens in 2038 or it happens next year, and please don't anchor me to that, I'm just using hypothetical dates here, is up to around other factors. Get Area 1, that works out, and negotiations occur around what we can do with the car parking area. And bearing in mind, and this is why I asked Maya around, she challenged my questioning yesterday to Mr. Tilton around projects and long-term planning. There's no budget to build a car park or develop this park at the moment, so that's then going to have to go back to full council in a separate conversation around, righto, we need to throw this project into the mix and fund it to build a car park, develop this land, which then becomes public reserve, accessible to everybody, which I think is the outcome we're looking for. And that's not going to happen next year.
And before we let Sandra talk, a lot of the corridor, in terms of those 87% submissions, was around the denial of access and how having activities there had created this barrier. And yes, you might have legally been able to access, but everything that's there sends that strong signal that you can't be there, and which is why there's a desire to remove lakeshore access to be completely clear. There's no barriers whatsoever. The concern that I have is that if we have tents there, you'll still be in the situation where this area is only for campers, and that the issues that have been communicated through the submissions and through the last 1.5 days of hearings is that that problem would still remain. So that's my initial thoughts, and interested in what everybody else thinks.
Sandra, you're up.
Yes, Sandra, thank you.
Some questions and some comments. I think in any situation such as this, we've got to make the carrot so good that he's interested in actually getting off the foreshore, which is what everybody wants. I'm asking the question, those areas that have been identified, proposed area 1, the contaminated area, and proposed area 2, is there any ability for us just to say to the leaseholder, these areas are free for your use? You can develop them and manage them however you want to. We've identified that these areas are available for your use, rather than limiting him and telling him how to run his business, which is, in essence what we're trying to do. So that's sort of a question in a way. The other thing, picking up with Councillor Taylor's comment about car parking, I mean, we've got charging at the airport, and that's a condition of our lease at the airport. I don't see any reason why, if we didn't work in with the lessee, we'd say, well, one of the provisions is that you do need to charge for parking. That's big parking area there for boats and trailers. I can't, that's sort of a question as well too, which would go towards the cost of actually building that car parking and maintaining it.
I think we need to be focused on the reserve management plan. And I think we still.
But that was part of it, though. It was the boat, removing the boat trails from the foreshore.
Straying into charging arrangement for leases and things, I think that's outside of the scope of what we're doing today.
It's a comment because it's something that we have actually had to do
at
the airport.
Before I pass it over to Councillor Taylor, I mean, to be clear that we're trying to achieve the vision and the objectives of our plan, and I don't want to stray too far away from that.
So I'll go back to the original question in that case. Is there any reason why we can't say these areas have been identified and you can use them as you wish in return for removing everything off the foreshore? And I agree with your comment over no tents, not even day tents. I mean, tents are tents.
Sorry, I'll just answer quickly and I'll let Councillor.
Well, I was going to say that it would be for staff to answer, but my initial response to that would be, this is what we went out with consultation on, and that could end up being a scope issue. So if we're going to change what we went out on consultation with to something completely different, then is that within scope of what we're able to deal with? So that up to the team.
To answer your question, Councillor Greenstone, no, we probably wouldn't be in a position to open up the area regardless. The Cultural Values Report did identify that there is potentially culturally significant sites up there. So we need to have some conditions around what land disturbance happens, that there is a cultural impact assessment before anything takes place there. So, okay. And also, it was identified to have significant natural area values, or SNA values. So again, we have some conditions around ecological offsettings, vegetation removal.
I think you've misunderstood me. The areas that we've already identified as in proposed area 1, proposed area 2 and the original contaminated area as areas that could be developed, that were open to development. I didn't suggest moving outside of those areas.
So can I paraphrase that for you? What I think I've heard you say is that proposed area 2 is for recreation, area 1 is for campground. If we just said these are the areas open for further development, what you do on those, we take our hands off. So we've gone out for consultation on area 2 is for recreation, not for camping. But if we say, well, if you choose to want to develop it for camping, that's not an issue. So that's the concern.
Thank you, Councillor.
Just to clarify, do you mean without any condition?
Oh,
No.
So
I'll try and make it really simple. So proposed area 1 is we consulted on that as a campground extension. Proposed area 2, we consulted on that as a proposed recreation area.
Yes.
If we now change direction and go, well, no, proposed area 2, we can make that for campground. We didn't consult on that. Does that take it out of scope? That's my question.
In return for returning the foreshore back to us sooner. This is the big carrot, as I would say.
Can we just get that answer to the first question first?
So what I think I'm hearing is that you're talking about proposed area 2 not being used for recreation purposes, potentially being used for camping accommodation purposes.
Precisely.
Or however the leasing would like to use it, entirely up to them. Because we've already said.
Why are we suggesting this? No.
So to get everything off the foreshore sooner, much sooner than 2038.
So I think the suggestion is, from Councillor Greenslade, is that we're trying to find ways to encourage this earlier exit. I think for me the encouragement is going to be the hard date of 2038 with the closure of use for that purpose. So you've got quite a strong incentive to take the opportunity for area 1 and 2 in terms of having a business that's going to be viable past that date. So that's my suggestion, but I think I don't want to get into trying to change our plan to improve incentives when we've got a clear responsibility to achieve those visual objectives. I don't want to turn this into like a negotiation, for lack of a word.
Chair, I wasn't suggesting as negotiation. I was trying to be more freer with something that we've actually already identified is available for the leasee, and rather than constricting it to what we have said, open it up and go the other way. And basically it would be in return for the conditions that everything was removed from the lakeshore before 2030.
Can I phrase that as a question that we might need an answer on? We have consulted on particular changes. If we now want to make a decision which is at variance to what we've consulted on, is that within scope? I.e., can we do that? Or it's like, no, you ask people to submit on this, that's it. As opposed to, you've submitted on this, thank you very much, but we're going to do something else completely different. You know? Do you see where I'm going with that? So it's a legal question around whether or not we can do that.
Just a point of clarity. When Erin first started speaking, she mentioned Area 1 and about having to go back to a lease to get that area. Is that correct?
So it currently sits outside of his lease?
The lease, correct.
That's correct.
So what I hear is Sandra's trying to come up with an alternative option. But what I'm hearing from Councillor Taylor is that we've already got a direction and it doesn't look like we can do that, correct? Or if it's seen that we're changing, that's going away from what the submitters have required. Yeah.
No.
So what's the answer?
Yeah, thank you.
You're dealing with the process under the Reserves Act, which actually has a fair bit of flexibility. So management plans are they're not like district plans, which have hard rules, which have sometimes very significant impacts on people's property rights. You're dealing with the Reserves Act and a management plan which provides a broad set of direction, I guess a direction of travel about how you intend to manage this reserve over time. So there's less risk and more flexibility in that regard. The general rule of thumb, and we like that term, the general rule of thumb when you're thinking about submissions processes and your scope of change is if you had gone out with this as an alternative, are you likely to have got different submissions which have brought new information to the table above and beyond what you've already got? So do you already have enough information from the community to understand what the implications of that change might be? I think that's what you've got to bear in mind when you're thinking about how far you can go in terms of changing the system.
I think for me, too, before Warwick adds to the conversation, I mean, I'm still not convinced that Sandra's suggestion is going to be this magic panacea that's going to provide extra influence for the leaseholder to do these things earlier. I think given the hard date of 2038, there's already sufficient incentive to potentially take up the opportunities, and I think there's also the relationship with Harper and all those other things where this is just my personal, I don't feel like changing, and putting, for one of a better word, putting some of our plan at risk is worthwhile when we've got a clear A and B or 1 and 2 that we've gone out to consult on.
So can I also be very clear that we've been talking, the team's certainly been talking with Mr. Tilton throughout the development of this plan. And the discussion around the use of Area 2, which we've identified as recreation, has been brought up, but there's been no strong desire from Mr. Tilton to utilise that area for accommodation purposes. Is that a fair reflection?
That's correct. Yeah, the recreation area. That's right. We talked about using it for a field or a court or something, or potentially overflow parking was another consideration. I believe Fiona might have something to say.
Through the chair, I'll jump in. There's two things that are coming to mind. So firstly around consultation and the scope of what we're dealing with here. Just to add to Nick's comments, when you're looking at things as to whether they're in scope or not, whether you need to consult with public, are you making decisions that are disadvantaging the community for the consultation process? Would you think that people are disadvantaged by not being able to provide feedback on some of the information that you're going to put in? So that's how you can sort of frame your way of what is in scope and what isn't. It's a bit of a sense check there. The second thing is looking at whether, am I correct in hearing that it's around a timing issue as to when we're making available Area A or Area 1 and Area 2 to the lessee? Because if it's around timing, is there a happy medium option for consideration around, is it 2 years prior to the camping or removing camping from the lakefront, which will allow that, or will help Mr Tilton in a transition period. But if it's only a 2-year period, for an example, that provides him with that flexibility to transition, but it also starts the timer for him to actually remove off the lakefront as well. So I'm just trying to think of, is there a happy medium in the timing for being able to provide the areas as an incentive?
I think we need to park your suggestion just for now while we deal with the stuff that's in front of us, which is that timing. And my understanding is we want to make it possible for the lessee tomorrow to say, I would like to take up these opportunities in Area 1 and 2. I'll go do the homework in terms of can I make it happen, and once I'm at a place where that's done or doable, I would surrender the lakeshore to be able to do that. So I'm in my perfect world, and from the corridor I had for the last day and a half, and the corridor for Mr Tilton as well, I want to be able to enable that to happen. My suggestion is the part which is to work out, well, can we use it, which is resource consents, SNAs and all that other stuff. And then there's the bit where you, for want of a better word, surrender the lakeshore to take up that opportunity. So as it stands, that can happen from 2038. What I'm suggesting is the intent of this conversation is that make it possible for that to happen sooner. And I think there is this, like you say, chicken and egg in terms of, are there any wāhi tapu there, are there such significance, can we get the SNA's issue dealt with, and the RMA and everything else. So that has to be dealt with first before you can do that exchange. And so my first question before was, is the staff comfortable that they could come up with some wording for one word, which is not going to be too inconsistent with what's in front of us, to do that? And my simplistic one is...
Sorry, can I just jump in quickly? Sorry, just to clarify, there is an existing lease till 2038, correct. So we can't change that. What is proposed in the draft and in the track changes is that if a new lease is signed, area 1 and area 2 be included in the lease area, so his lease be extended into those areas, but use of those areas is subject to conditions, ecological conditions, cultural impact conditions. So that, I guess that's a question that's in front of you. The timing, again, it'd be helpful if the management plan could guide the lease, the new lease discussions, by setting out when that could happen. So we've got it set out there, potential timing, but I'm unclear what changes the chair's asking for in these changes. Sorry.
I don't see how, to achieve what we're talking about here, you have to basically make surrendering of the lakeshore one of the conditions.
Exactly, which is to remove to reinstate A.
So put reinstate A, is that what you're asking?
So.
Okay, so reinstate A. Yeah.
Well, just remind us again why we took it out in the first place.
Because we received submissions saying just allow that to happen, and then you're more likely to get removal of camping from the lakeshore sooner. So it was about whether we wait till 2038 or whether we do that.
Yeah, just to back that up, as officers, our view was that we saw making proposed Area 1 available for camping once you've approved the management plan as a practical move. We didn't see the necessity to link Area 1 being available with any change on the lakefront.
So I'll just throw this out there. So let's say, for example, we sign it off as suggested. Mr. Tilton has a new lease. He says, yes, I'd love to take up Area 1 and 2, and then doesn't do anything with the lakeshore till 2038. Is that what you're suggesting is a good outcome?
We were
You can do that
suggesting
now.
that is an outcome. Now, and this comes back to what the committee wants to achieve, right?
Okay, so to be clear, I'm not going to speak for the committee a little bit, is what we want is the outcomes that we're achieving in 2038 to be mirrored through the, have the flexibility to be mirrored for when the new lease is put in place. So if you want to have Area 1 and 2, you would need to surrender the lakeshore.
Yes.
And I'm saying there's the extra bit where he's got to do the, the work around, SNAs and this, that and everything else. And I'm happy for that work to happen as long as you cannot utilise the land until the lakeshore has been surrendered.
Through the chair, within a 5-year period.
Let's just
No.
stick with what we've got.
Okay.
So this is creating the opportunity for a new lease to do this sooner. We're not requiring it any sooner than 2038, we're just creating the ability for 2038 to happen as soon as there's a new lease.
But didn't you say that he could sort of have his cake and eat it too, basically? Yeah.
I think the position is very clear now, and I think that's achieved by reinstating A. I think that makes it very clear that proposed Area 1 does not become available to the leasee until camping is removed off the lakeshore. I think what that does do is it creates a little challenge in that it's never going to be shut it one day and open it the next transition.
Which is why I talked about a difference between the doing it part and the surrendering it part.
So can I jump in there? That level of detail is best dealt with under a lease negotiation, not at a higher level document, which this is.
But they've got guidance on what we're thinking.
Yeah, this sets the guidance, this sets, if you like, the guardrails. Within that, the finer details of how that's achieved. And you might find that it's done a lot earlier, because I heard Mr. Tilton say yesterday he would be prepared to retreat from the lakefront much earlier if conditions were right for him on the other side. Now, that's well and good, but there is a whole lot of things that is dependent upon, including him negotiating the RMA process.
I think the other factor in there is council as well. Council will help to drive some of that timing. So not only is there the cessation of camping on the lakefront and then the work to open up proposed Area 1, but there's also council's ability to come in and then redevelop the lakefront. So we need all of those different elements to come together, and I agree with Councillor Taylor. The lease is the place where you can sort out those finer details. What the management plan does with this wording is it sends a clear intent. We'd expect camping to cease on the lakefront before Area 1 became available for camping. So I think I'm very comfortable that by reinstating A, we achieve what we're looking to achieve without needing to provide that finer detail.
Yep.
Can I be difficult here then? The conversation we're having now is presupposing we've already agreed that camping on the lakefront is going to cease. We haven't actually had that conversation, but we are basing all of this conversation on that predetermined
That is correct.
outcome.
And I said right at the beginning.
Yes. Okay.
But it's a chicken and egg in terms of going through a document from start to finish. They're all linked together.
Okay.
So Councillor Taylor's correct, we haven't made that determination. Well, the wording I used right at the beginning was the current advice in this recommendations from the council staff is that lakeshore camping would finish in 2038. We haven't dealt with that matter yet. So I'm clear that we're going to do the resolution right at the end of this process, and I'm clear that we're signalling intent that if that is what we determine, what happens in 2038, that all we're talking about here is enabling that to happen earlier, with the details to be sorted through the lease type paperwork.
Can I ask a question? I just want to ask you about G, about the external boundaries, the 20 metre and the 40 metre boundaries. Are they designated by fencing, or how are they designated? How do people know that they're in a setback area?
Sorry, can you just bring it back up, Karen?
That'll be a parts and...
Is that specifically Wales agreements?
So I think we've discussed about getting that area surveyed.
Yes. So would...
So it just won't exist down the side with forestry.
You won't be able to park there.
So, but the concern is people enter. You know, one of the issues we have all the way through is people going to places they shouldn't be going to. So again, it's forestry and so forth. Are there fences, or just be signs, or you are now leaving, and that sort of stuff? Okay, thanks.
Can I just have a bit of clarification there, Sandra? Which area are you asking specific?
Yes, the forestry area. Yeah.
Okay, through the chair, look, I think, Sandra, has anyone walked that? So some are fenced, some aren't.
Right.
And so there are no clear delineation on where that boundary is. Kia ora.
So we will have legal boundaries, but then in terms of dealing with the operations of fences and things, I think that's going to be dealt with at a lower level, not at this plan level. So I'm just wondering, in terms of issue 2, we want to land setting our intent, and I think you've got a mechanism in terms of early arrangements. Is there anything else that we need to sign off though in terms of issue 2?
What to check. So for area 1, we've got that condition about removal of camping from the foreshore, but we don't have that as a condition for area 2. Are you happy to have area 2, proposed area 2, included in the lease area regardless of camping on the lakefront removal?
My gut feel is that in terms of the recreation area, I don't think those two things are necessarily tied together. I think we're talking about moving vehicles, whatever they may be, from the front to the back. I think the condition just needs to relate to that. So the efficient use of land, that's basically an old landfill site, I'm pretty relaxed about myself.
A quick question around B up there. I get the accidental discovery protocol, because that's seen that in RMA decisions, and that's quite common. But B, the implication of that is that the wahitapu sites are already known, otherwise it would fall under an accidental discovery. So if the wahitapu sites are already known, I don't believe all efforts shall be made is sufficiently strong enough. If you know it's a wahitapu site, you're not going to disturb it. You just, sorry, the answer is no, would be my thing. Unless you go there and, oh, oops, and then you're into accidental discovery protocol. Does that make sense?
Mr. Chair, I'd just like to support Councillor Taylor, because if you had looked at Mr. Wikatane's slide this afternoon, he actually identified some cultural sites that I'm not too sure have even been recognised. So I think there is a need for us to go back and revisit that. Kia ora?
So can I just add to that? So in order to protect culturally significant sites, So if we know that they're culturally significant and they are wahi tapu, it follows logically in my mind and sensibly there will be no land disturbance because that is going to desecrate that site, as opposed to we will do our very best not to damage it too much. Does that make sense?
Can I, our hapu councillors may be able to correct me on this one, but yes, you're correct. We don't want any land disturbance on wahi tapu sites, but the whole area has been identified as culturally significant, and the cultural values report showed those areas have a cultural significance. So this was about land disturbance in those sites and making sure that we protect any wahi tapu that may be discovered through that land disturbance, but they are all culturally significant.
Yeah, I think the wording as it landed was to provide, flexibility, but you're absolutely right that there will be no land disturbance within 1 year. It was just didn't get to the absolute certainty of that without having seen the report. It was to kind of assess on a case by case basis, but I support strengthening the wording. But I don't think we oppose the drafting as stated.
So I guess can I ask another question then, and I'll expose my ignorance here. How big is the gap in terms of significance between a culturally significant site and wahi tapu? Because in my mind, wahi tapu is quite a step up from something that is culturally significant.
And
I don't want to be disrespectful in saying that.
What I was going to say is pretty much in support of you. Maybe we need to go and consult the hapu with their professionals and let you deal with that and pop it in there somewhere, because there comes a time where you do need someone with that experience. I can't speak to it. I don't know if anyone else can.
Well, I think that's where we landed to assist in those efforts.
Yeah.
Ngāti Turangi is an approved person, cultural advisor will make the assessment. So that's not inaccurate, and it does provide the flexibility for that to occur. So my suggestion is, as drafted, it is inoffensive.
Okay.
Okay, so let's just recap in terms of issue 2. Just want to be clear from our staff in terms of what's here and intent. You're comfortable, because we've got option 1 and option 2, and then we've got a recommended amendment. I just want to be clear where we've landed. But this is one of the more contentious parts of today. And
what I've heard is we reinstate condition A, so that area 1 to be used for tourist accommodation will not become available until the removal of lakeshore camping. Area 2 can be included in a new lease, regardless of whether lakeshore camping is there or not. Both will be subject to the conditions as outlined in the draft, and we will send those conditions to you again just to double check for drafting.
Can I just ask a question on that, Chair?
Thank you, I follow and agree. The outstanding point is in relation to comments made on adequate controls around the construction part, but also the access part. And I think when I asked why there was potentially some drafting that could come in relation to that, so I'm more signalling intent. Is that, are you following the points I was...
Was that regarding the use of the area, to Gina's submission?
Yeah.
So some conditions around the use of the area outside of development, or the use of the area. So if tourist accommodation was created, you want some conditions around how that would be used, is that?
Just my memory is that she talked about the conditions responding to the construction parts, but there was an additional point around adequate controls around the access parts or something to that.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. I think if you look at F, you'll see the second paragraph talks about assessing the potential impact of proposed land disturbance on sites. I think what we need to add in there is not only the proposed land disturbance, but the ongoing use of the land, or words to that effect. And I think that captures the fact that it's not just the building of a retaining wall, but the fact that it's maybe got a camper van parked there and people operating in that space over a period of time. So I think we can capture that, and we'll do that for both proposed area 1 and proposed area 2, because we replicate that wording over both.
Thank you. Yeah, my notes are camping has a day-to-day impact.
Can I just clarify too, just above F we've got E, and as a result of the change to F, I think E has essentially become a duplication and is no longer required.
Yes, apologies, that was meant to be straight through.
I might jump in here. Yeah, I agree, and thank you. You just expressed what I was going to ask around one of this. At least one submitted today said it's not just the land disturbance, but it's what you then put there, which is the ongoing activity creates some issues. I also just want to reflect that there were significant submissions on this whole issue, both for and against, and it was just hold this in a bit of dynamic tension during the course of this conversation. So I don't want to discount any of the submitters who've submitted against this as well, because this conversation is heading in the direction of yes, it's a good idea.
Okay, so go back to my...
Chair, can I?
Okay.
Thank you. Yes, I was just going back to your point about the leasee can't have Area 1 until he's exited the foreshore. There's a timing issue there in terms of his business. Yeah, that would be of concern to him, I would have thought. You really do need to have the area developed and ready to go so that he can exit the foreshore, I would have thought. Yeah.
Which is the bit that I raised, which is you can do that, but it's go through that process, but it's not available to use until the foreshore lease area has been surrendered. And I think that's a key point, is that we would be surrendering that area now. Those sorts of wording.
So just on that, that provides him a level of security in terms of I'm going to give up this lease, sign a new one, and then I find that, I can't use Area 1 for whatever reasons that an RMA application or resource consent process rules that out, and then he's between a rock and a hard place. Yeah.
The only caveat on that, of course, is the nature of doing all those things can be quite expensive in itself, but that's business.
I've just got a few comments, just two more. So I've got notes around here around placemaking, and it was comments around what adequate controls might be useful in assisting in the identification or education of wahitapa cultural sites. So I have that as a note and a comment from yesterday, and I guess I'm more throwing it out there because it needs to land somewhere. That's one, and just going back to Area 1, proposed Area 1, and the hail assessment that was found to be lower than what had been completed. I just want to appreciate the National Environmental Standard part, because I guess what additional regulations does that place there on? I'm only asking that because potentially it's want to set this up for as successful as it can be, given the constraints of the regulations.
That was a note that was in the Tonkin and Taylor, that regardless of the results of the report, it would still be pursuant to those regulations, any resource consent.
So, without putting words in Jade's mouth, I mean, it's still there, so just want to be clear about why we need it. So just to be clear that those rules still will be applicable, even though the Hale site suggests that it's just a landfill and you can play rugby on top of it without any dramas. I think we've got our expert.
So through you, Mr. Chair, I guess the brief that Tonkin and Taylor were given was to do some sampling and determine whether we needed to go to a full hailable assessment, which was a lot more complex and a lot more expensive. And they felt that by doing the testing that they did, they would be able to determine whether there was a point of concern. What they can't do though is give you a guarantee if depending on how you're going to develop that site. So what they gave us was not really a cause for concern. We had a question I think earlier about is there material leaching into the lake maybe? Do we need to do water samples? Do we need to do testing? This was enough to determine that no, that's probably fine. But if you're going to do excavations, this report isn't enough. If you're going to make the area habitable, it's not enough to satisfy those regulations. So I think that still needs to be there somewhere.
And if that was area one, that would be more problematic, but yeah. No, thank you.
Which, sorry, it comes back to the comment Sandra made before around if you were to open it up and just go area 1, area 2, he can do whatever he likes, that kind of rules that out, doesn't it? Like area 2, I've changed my mind, not a football field, it's a tent site. So that, what I'm hearing you say, Greg, is that's probably not a viable option.
No. Tents maybe.
So yeah, so everything has some kind of limitation on it, whether it be a cultural impact assessment or whether it's an environmental condition or in this case, this condition. So it's not just you can do whatever you like. I think it's you can explore various options, but there are still conditions that you're going to have to meet.
Yes.
Okay, going back to my original question, so we're dealing with issue 2, and I think we're clear about in terms of the slightly modified version of option 1, as we were landed there, and then we've got some recommended amendments in red, and we've just done a tiny bit of fine tuning, but otherwise, essentially, I think we're happy with what's there in terms of recommendations with these little bits in there. Are we happy to put our hands up to say in terms of intent we're all good with that? Everybody's clear? So there's been a few minor changes, but otherwise we're clear in terms of the intent of what we're trying to achieve, and our staff also agree that they understand our intent.
Which page are you on, Kim?
18?
I was on 19.
I'm on 19.
I'm on 19.
19 and 20.
19
Yeah.
and 20,
Yeah.
thank you.
I'm on 20 now.
So everybody around the table is happy where we landed?
We're not voting on it, we're just
Well, it's
voted
it's
yes.
signalling. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
We're happy to throw this into the vote at the end.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's option 1.
Come on.
Subject to all the changes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Or the intents. Yeah.
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 Yep.
Kapai?
Kapai.
Mate.
Very good. We'll now move to issue 2. How many issues have we got? There's 27 issues.
Mr. Chair, can I just ask?
Make yourself comfortable.
I fly out tomorrow morning.
I'm just going to ask Mr. Chair before we proceed. It's 4:39. What time are we expected to be deliberating from here? Till midnight?
You want me to be quiet now?
So, to be clear, we need to be deliberate. We have how many issues? Can you just
We have one more issue,
Yeah.
and then we just have some general feedback and minor amendments to objectives, but yeah, we're
And
doing
in
well.
my mind, the slightly more substantial, difficult issues have been addressed. So we're now into issue, everybody's happy, so we're now into issue 3, proposed public day use on Motutere Bay Lakeshore.
So just not wanting to jump in here, but as Danny said at the beginning, this would set the broad picture. So we're dealing with the major things that we've heard submitters on and read the submissions, but what goes away and gets wordsmithed, we still got to look at that, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah.
And we'll do that by way of email, so it's not like, this is I'm done, this is my last shot. It'll be, we're setting the direction, and if we're unhappy or uncomfortable with what comes back, there is another opportunity to adjust the wordsmithing. Correct on that, Danny?
That would be, it's our understanding, but and also potentially once it gets to council as well. We're comfortable that we're going to do such a good job here that we're just going to say, wow, this is the best committee ever.
So from my perspective, putting this up to full council, none of whom have had the benefit of hearing all of the submitters unless they've been sitting online or choose to watch it on YouTube. I'm not sure how many will have read 900 plus pages of writing plus the 200 pages plus of the report. Some may, some won't, but to my mind it's really important that we get this right, so that Sandra, Danny and I, when we're addressing this with our colleagues, hand on heart can advocate for a polished product, not one that needs, here you go guys, work with that, you know.
Sorry, my ignorance. How many councillors are together?
12 plus the mayor.
12 plus the mayor, yeah.
Oh, okay.
12, not even men.
There's a lot of women.
Half a woman, half a woman. More women. Oh. Okay, we're digressing. I'm just, you're right, that was the technical advice that there was more women.
Through the chair, just we will endeavour to get these draft changes out to you tomorrow, because due to agenda deadlines, we actually have to have the council report ready by Thursday next week. So we will work very hard tomorrow to make these changes, and they'll be emailed out to you. You have the weekend to go over them, and if you can, please send them back, any feedback back to us early next week. That would be fantastic.
Okay,
great.
So I would like us to tackle issue 3, and then we've done the major issues. I'm mindful that member Mariu Manipur has to leave at...
I'll leave with Mrs.
Kappa. That's what I thought. We're on issue 3. Okay, proposed public day use on Motutere. Maybe just take us through this, Sarah?
Yeah, this should be easy. So in the draft document, we consulted on a shared use lakeshore at Motutere Bay. So that was reconfiguring the lakefront to have a public day use area to the left of the boat ramp, this is looking at the lake, and tent camping remaining on the right hand side. Through the lengthy amount of submissions we had, the majority of those submissions actually requested for an end to camping in 2038, which is the end of the current lease term. So given the incredible amount of submissions we've had and listening to this submitted the last 2 days, officers recommended that we take that advice and that lakeshore camping come to an end in 2038. A number of those submissions supported the transition, so having the public day use area until 2038, if that can be agreed through the new lease. So again, the lease runs until 2038. No change can be made unless there is a new lease. So the committee have the option, 3 options that we put forward to you in the hearing report. Option 1 was approve the draft reserve management plan with the Motutere Bay Lakeshore to include the public day use area to the west of the boat ramp and tent camping to the east. And this is what we consulted on, so you could approve that option. Option 2 was amend the draft, clarifying that lakeshore camping will cease on or before 2038 at Motutere Bay, and we would include transition to the lakefront to a public day use reserve on or before then. or option 3 was do not approve the reconfiguration of Motutere Bay Lakeshore and maintain the status quo indefinitely. So those are the 3 options that have been put forward to you. Officers recommended option 2, amend the draft that was sent out for consultation, clarifying that the lakeshore camping will cease on or before 2038, but have the transition, if we can, until that point with a shared day use area. So this is the big one now for you to discuss and deliberate.
Kapai, who would like to open the question? When someone's phone gets $5. Without anybody else opening up, yeah, so focus please, focus. I'm happy with option 2. Like you said, there's a lot of different nuances in terms of pro and against, and also the lessee himself. And in some ways, if you know, that's I don't think any further. I'm just gonna be comfortable that option 2 is going to again achieve our vision, achieve our objectives, which is making that area available to all people on either 2038 or when earlier if the lessee would like to take up the opportunities with Area 1 and Area 2. So to a certain extent it'll be the decision of the lessee in terms of what happens in terms of the transition timing aspect of it. But I want to hear the rest of the committee's thoughts, because it is, as you say, still a very, very important issue. Everybody's hitting their laptops. So Councillor Greens.
I'm happy with it, and I'm also happy to see that in the previous stuff that council have agreed to do the pedestrian work themselves in spite of NZTA's no.
What?
Yeah.
Just to be very clear, because money is involved. Council officers have identified that we believe it is important to do. We've identified as a priority action. The clear message from NZTA is that they don't intend to spend any money. They see it as a priority. So if they're not going to do it, then we're kind of the only people who will. That is still a decision that will sit with council because it involves funding. So council will have to decide if it is a priority and when to do it. Because there are obviously a whole lot of other traffic safety improvements that council is doing all across the district. And we yet to get feedback, am I right in saying we yet to get feedback from the transport team about where this would sit in that list of priorities? Unless you've heard something, Carl.
Councillor Taylor.
I'll just jump in there because I sit on the Regional Transport Committee as the Taupo rep. There's $12 million already approved by NZTA for safety improvements around Bully Point.
Oh, cool.
By extension,
Very good.
because it's not far from Bully Point, I am more than happy to continue advocacy and pushing that barrow that, well, if you're going to include the safety, it should include also Motutere Bay, which is immediately contiguous to Bully Point. So it's not 100%, no, council will have to pay for it because it is a state highway. It's not our responsibility. I'm not saying we absolve ourselves, but it's also not a guarantee that they will come to the party, but it's not a dead in the water issue.
Thank you, Councillor.
And I have been advocating for that already.
Taylor?
And I think having it as a priority action in the management plan will simply enable that advocacy to hopefully be more successful.
It means that if I'm going to advocate for that regionally, it allows me to point to something objective that needs doing for NZTA to put in their plans. Depending on who's watching online now from NZTA, you're welcome.
Tēnā koe to you, observer from NZTA. Kara Scott had comments.
Just to add to that also, just a reminder that it would be subject to NZTA approval, so we can fund the design of it and put the proposal to NZTA, but it's still subject to their approval. And it also relies on Motutere base remaining at 60 kilometres per hour, so we need to stay on top of advocating to maintain that speed limit.
So I can speak to that as well, that the new government policy on speed limit rules states quite clearly all of those speed limits that changed under the previous government's policies shall revert to their previous limits, except for those that have significant safety issues. So school zones, what we have here at the motor camp crossing point, and areas where you can very strongly point to this is a dumb thing to do to return that to 100 k's.
It was always 60, councillor. It's
Are
not
you sure?
changed. Yes,
I thought it was
100%.
I thought it was 80.
No,
Yeah,
no,
80.
it was 60.
Oh.
It wasn't 80, it was 60. It was always 60.
Oh, I'm not sure about
It
that.
was 80.
Was it 80?
It was 80, the campus.
Yeah, pretty sure it was. Yep. Which is a ridiculous speed with that amount of pedestrian traffic. Yeah.
And we should just note too, you've also got Motutere Point itself with the residents there as well.
Yes.
To be considered.
I support option 2.
Can I, sorry, please ask this through the chair. We did, in the drafting, put in what was a sort of step transition of how it could look prior to 2038, which included that removal of the camping from the west, from the left-hand side of the boat ramp first, and then keeping tents on the right in the east until the 2038 period. If a new lease is signed, is the committee comfortable with that transition?
I sort of missed what you said.
Oh,
Say it again.
Okay, so we've included, oh sorry.
Yeah, that's
Can you
fine.
go back to the words? Yeah. So in the draft, if you look on the screen, we included what that transition could look like to help with the lease discussions. So we said if a new lease was to happen before 2038, that camping would be removed on the west side, which is the left, but tents could remain on the left. We've also said that for camping to remove on the west side, it wouldn't happen until 2027, and that was thinking about LTP cycles. So given that council at the moment don't have approval for funding to develop a public use area, we're proposing that in 2027 that could be put forward to the LTP to create that public use area, while tent camping remains to the right. So the committee need to decide whether they're happy with a transition or whether you want to keep it as status quo until 2038 and then end camping. So if a new lease is signed, this gives direction for the lease to include transition if the lessee was to sign it, or not have transition.
So I guess my initial comment would be, again, just our vision and objectives, and is this going to be consistent with that? So just maybe just be 100% clear, break it down, so step. So.
Okay. So step one. Step one would be.
And trying to explain in terms of the time frame.
Yes.
So by
at the moment, we've got up there that step one would be removal of permanent caravans on the lakefront on the 1st of November, so that would be so once the lease is signed, so if, for example, the lease was signed in 2025, then caravans would be removed by the 1st of November of that year. And then on the 1st of December, it would just be tents that could camp there. And then in 2027, after we have approval, sign off for some development on the west, we could then remove all camping structures to the left, to the west of the boat ramp. but it's all dependent on when the lease, or if and when a lease is signed. So that's why it doesn't have years for the first part. It's if a lease was signed in 2030, it's saying by the 1st of November of that year, the caravans have to be gone. So
just for clarification, so for want of a better word, the period that you would have tents would be from 1st of December right through till council actually getting an LTP signed that allows them to do car parks and everything else.
Just, can I jump in there? That's a really big if, because we are 3 years from now, I suspect we're still going to be in a very fiscally constrained environment, and there is no guarantee that car parking at Motutere is going to rise to the top of the project pile. I don't put pour cold water on it, but you know we are making. I mean, we could be writing something in the document here that's dependent upon a process over which this document has no influence. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So to be clear,
I need to be careful with that. That's all.
So I'm not making a decision. I'm trying to take us through the steps.
Yeah.
So, because you know the submitters might ask afterwards, saying, "Well, we didn't want tents to potentially go from 1st December 2027 right through to 2038 or whatever date it is." Well, it could be from forever, couldn't it? If we don't build the car park and everything else, then you would have tents forever. Is that?
No, not necessarily. You could remove camping regardless if you put in a car park or not. Just close it off. I guess what it's saying is you can choose to, I mean, this is all about whether whoever the lessee is agrees to a new lease or not. So whether you want to transition or whether you just want to leave it as status quo to 2038.
So can I ask another question? So reading that, it's quite detailed and quite date specific. My question is, does that belong in this document, or is that better reflected in any lease negotiations?
So our advice from our senior solicitor was that it's better to have it in the management plan because that helps guide the lease.
Okay, that's fine.
But I'll let you speak, Fiona. I'm not sure if you want to jump in now.
Yeah.
So thanks.
So,
well, Fiona's going to.
Fiona.
Oh, sorry, Fiona.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, we can now. We can now.
Oh, great, that's better. Yeah, the more direction you can provide in the RMP, the easier it is to draft the lease, to be honest. Less there is to negotiate, and the quicker potentially we'll get a new lease. But yeah.
So
That's nice.
I want to take us back to achieving intent and the vision and the objectives, and particularly the conversations around having activities, whether it's a truck or a tent, impacting on the ability for not only the wider community, but specifically Ngāti Turangi Waitoko, in terms of achieving those connections, for want of a better word. And the concern that I have is that if we have tents, you're still going to have those barriers. You know, it might seem a little bit less barrier than a big truck or a big, caravan or something like that, but nonetheless, there's still this, it's all right to say, oh no, but that's not what it's supposed to be. Well, we've had quite a lot of, for want of a better word, evidence through a whole lot of submissions of people's lived experiences, the words they used, in terms of not being able to connect that. So I can understand the desire of keeping tents there to keep some revenue flowing during a transition period, but I think we're missing part of where we've landed in terms of removing those barriers. And our worst case scenario, if we were to not have that transition period, is that the ratepayers of Taupo, the people of New Zealand and Ngāti Turangi-Tongariro will have that access to that lakeshore, for want of a better word, unimpeded. So I've got that in the back of my mind, and I need to be convinced that having a transition with tents is somehow, to me it's like, it's a nice thought as a starting point, but actually the cost of the small amount of revenue that would be earned through tents would be outweighed by the impact in terms of all the different groups I just talked about enjoying that lakeshore.
Can I make a suggestion, Chair? Could we perhaps include the word short stay tent camping only?
I don't think that changed.
It doesn't. Well, the reason I say that is because if when we go past there, it's young ones who are just staying 1 or 2 nights. We're not talking about families who are putting up a tent and staying for 2 and 3 weeks. So they don't have that sort of background, shall I say, that may come with longer term stay people. I
guess my initial thoughts, and again I'm just sharing them out loud, is that it's kind of a all or nothing type thing. I think you achieve all of these values if you clear that area. I think the more you have activities which are, through a private arrangement through the campground, you start to impede on that. And my initial thoughts is the revenue from tenting, is it really worth it in terms of not achieving all the conversations we've had for the last day and a bit. And I'm just posing that out there. I can appreciate that the staff's trying to have a transition and managing a transition and not being critical. I just want to be clear about what we're trying to achieve here.
Tēnā koe te hea, I follow and support where the direction you're making. And I just, we've got some clear data around 87% of the submissions we received were really clear in opposing lakeshore camping. And reflecting on today and yesterday's kōrero, not once did I hear, or was there any talk about transition? And I'm trying to reflect on the 608 that I've read and to appreciate the percentage. Yeah. So I guess I can appreciate the rockin' hard place that you guys are in and trying to accommodate the situation. And so, kei te mihi. But I guess I'm leaning toward where you're headed, which is the all or nothing. Let's make a call. So that's where I'm standing.
Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, so my reading of all the submissions, and particularly those who were opposed to lakeshore camping, and a lot of them were pro forma, but that's okay, were wedded to the 2038 date. So what we're talking about here is bringing that forward. So my understanding is all those who were opposed to it remain opposed, but were happy to concede that this will end in 2038. Anything, at the risk of sounding colloquial here, anything predating that would then be a bonus. And I take it from what Mr. Tilton said yesterday, and again this comes back to Maya's presentation earlier on, this is quid pro quo. You give me that, I'll agree to this. That spills over into the lease negotiations, but again, if we create, picking up on what Fiona said before, if we create the environment which pushes the negotiations in a certain way on the lease, then we set that up to occur. Now, I hear you saying all or nothing, but does that mean no camping completely, or we go western end, leave the eastern end for a later date, or what are you thinking there, Danny?
So my initial thoughts is that, for what I mean, the quid pro quo is Area 1 and Area 2. Yeah. So they're giving, the 2038 lakeshore and the lessee gets those areas. in my mind, what we're talking about is the opportunity to bring that date forward through agreement, through the lease, and our management plan enabling that. Where, for want of a better word, the waters get muddied is that during a transition period where we may not be able to get the car park and all those things organised, that we allow tenting in the meantime. But I guess my thoughts are that the lessee would still have Area 1 and Area 2 happening, if that makes sense. Am I clear? So I'm suggesting the clear quid pro quo is Area 1 and Area 2, and the lakeshore wouldn't stop until that is enabled. And so I'm just not fully appreciating why we're also putting on this transition period.
So, can I jump in here? I get that, but there's also another group, and that's the campers who have submitted as well and expressed their very clear desire, which the way we're heading on this is not going to be realised. But there was the opportunity there, we talk about a transition period, for this to be worked through. Now, I know that's arguing against hapu expectations, although the expectations clearly came through 2038 as the date. But I just don't think we can completely discount the campers' views as well. If we go, nah, cut, gone.
Yeah. And that's kind of where we landed though, is the campers' views is that some of them is that, well, if at least we've got the campground till 2038, that's better than nothing, which is not going to happen if this happens earlier. And I'm not trying to, speak for the submitters, but the underlying driver is that barrier to being able to connect with the lakeshore by having activities, whether they're caravans and trucks or tents. Again, we just, for want of a better word, brainstorming this and mulling it in our minds. That's what deliberations is all about in my mind.
Mr. Chair, can I just have some clarity? Because I'm listening here, but when we're talking about the lakefront, are we talking about area green and the yellow in totality, or just the green?
We're just talking about the yellow on the, we're talking about the yellow there. We're talking about having a transition period where you would just have tents, which in theory are less environmental and other impacts from a certain perspective on the foreshore during that transition period, which could go right through till 2038. So what we're mulling here, and again, Councillor Taylor's looking at this situation where if we bring forward this date, what is the impact in terms of the existing users or campground users, and also what is the impact in terms of the hapu and the wider community?
Okay, can I say, there's one other consideration as well, and that is if we do that, and there's no money within council coffers in the long-term plan to actually look after this appropriately, then we're going to be in a situation where we have removed camping, or the ability to camp there. We haven't realised the aspirations of it being a really pleasant day use area, because it's not been brought up to an understanding because there's no money in the budget to do that. And again, that's not a place we want to be in. If you do a staged retreat, as in the western end, then that gives us an opportunity to see how's this working. So, I see that as a win-win. You have unimpeded access right by the safe swim zone, boats excluded, and on the other side you still have camping for however long that goes. And I heard Mr. Tilton yesterday saying he's not anchored to that stay until 2038, could be earlier. But if we do the whole lot early, and we don't have the means to effectively look after this, I'm looking at Greg now with his team, then we're just digging a hole for ourselves.
So, I guess in my mind, the lessee would have Area 1 and Area 2, and effectively offsetting what's on the yellow area. So I'm just, again, I'm not completely, I haven't made a decision either, I'm just talking it through. So there is, in terms of the lessee anyway, I think the goal of whether it's now 2038 gets achieved, we're now talking about the transition for effectively the campground users themselves rather than the lessee in terms of this transition.
Yes, I get that. That's on that side of the equation. I'm thinking on council's side of the equation, if we're to make good with what will then become a public use reserve. So I'm looking back down at Greg, what in terms of resourcing, both finance and staffing and that, to maintain this at a level that's going to be an appealing day use right across the board, because that just isn't going to happen by accident, is it?
Through you, Mr. Chair. No, it's not, and there's a bit of rehabilitation work once the caravans are removed. Basically, that's pretty much killed that ground, and we're not quite sure what we're going to have to do to rehabilitate that. But I don't see it as substantial or expensive. I think there's already internal roading, probably plenty of parking, probably even more so, to be honest, in some areas around Taupo, in terms of access. So I don't think that's a problem. If you're going to put new infrastructure there, car parks, boats, trailers, whatever, then I think the costs start to get quite substantial. But you could achieve quite a lot of restoration work and planting for not an awful lot of money.
Just a question.
Jade.
Kia ora tātou. Can I hear from officers again as to why you're recommending option 2, in the context of deliberations right now? I mean, I can read but we've toed and froed quite a bit, so I'd be keen to hear from you.
So option 1 was just to have the shared use lakefront. Option 2 was shared use lakefront until 2038 at the expiry of the current lease, and then no more camping on the lakefront. Yeah. So it was seen as being a fair option, because if we get a new lease before 2038, we could see change on that lakefront much sooner than 2038.
And just so I'm clear, the image that went out was the yellow and the green that was option 3 voted on. Is that right?
Yeah, so the committee agreed to consult on the shared use. So the left of that boat ramp, the green, was going to be a public reserve. The right was going to be tent camping. And when we consulted on the draft, we said to the public that would just continue as beyond the lease term. What we're now saying is there should be a date where there has to be no more camping on the lakefront. So the option 2 proposed is to continue with the shared use lakefront until 2038, unless whoever the lessee is agrees to remove camping much sooner than that, and conditional on things like Area 1 and Area 2 being available. But that's what the committee can decide. They can either decide to do that, or you can just wait till 2038 and then leave for status quo until then. We don't know if there'll be a new lease between now and 2038. There's a possibility there won't be, so we just continue on to 2038. But it's thinking about, if someone was to sign a new lease tomorrow, what would you like to see happen? I guess you could include in there that there is to be no more camping from the start of that lease, of any new lease. Then from the start of any new lease, there's to be no more lakeshore camping. That's an option 2. what I'm hearing from Councillor Taylor is a concern that there may not be funding to support that at the development of a public use area. So we could make it conditional on funding as well as another option.
Is that the funding we just discussed?
That's correct. So there would be some long-term plan funding required to, you know, put in a public toilet and reinstate some of that area and removal of some assets. So you could put that if there was a new lease signed before 2038, that changes to the lakefront. Well, removal of camping could happen, but be dependent on long-term plan funding. You know, some words around that. So take out the stepped approach we've got there and just put it that's subject to funding. Does that make sense? Sorry.
So I'm just going to ask Councillor Taylor on the spot. So just with where we've landed, does that make you more comfortable or less comfortable? Or,
no, I'm reasonably comfortable. I'm just, while we've been talking, I've just gone through Mr. Tilton's 9-point plan and his submission again, and I note, I might have misinterpreted what he said, but I note he's now saying the new lease to state all remaining waterfront camping, that's on the eastern end, the tenting sites, to cease in 2038, provided council commits to maintain foreshore and so on and so on. So it doesn't sound like he was, I might have misheard him yesterday, it was of the mind to have an earlier retreat from the camping, so tent camping anyway.
He actually said both.
Did both,
He
yeah.
actually said both.
Yeah,
He said both.
yeah, I thought he said both, yeah.
He said
sorry.
it, and then he sort of, and he contradicted himself later on, so he actually said both. Chair, I just want to ask a question sort of following on from that. When I asked people what their vision was and what they wanted to what it looked like going forward, I didn't hear anybody say wall-to-wall cars all along the foreshore. No. I'm concerned at this point we're turning this into a reserve area and we're going to go at a frying pan into the fire. We're going to have cars all along there. Is there plans for staff to have a designated car parking area so we don't end up with wall-to-wall cars?
At this stage, we only have a rough sort of concept plan that has been done by our landscape architect, Fraser Scott, and that did show some limited parking on that side of the road and also limited boat trailer parking. We've heard quite strongly that the preference may be to actually just have all boat trailer parking across the road. The committee can decide whether you want to have any car parking on that side of the road, given that we do have pedestrian safety issues. So thinking about, you know, if we're going to have a public car park across the road and we're, you know, which is fine, you can do that, but it just means people have to cross the road to use the reserve. So that's something the committee will need to decide, is whether you want to have a car park on that side or not.
Sorry, Erin. Do we need to discuss that now? Is that something we can discuss later on? Yeah.
So let's just stay at that high level.
I know.
And
that's something we need to get through.
So to be clear in my mind anyway, so there's a new lease. The new lease will have the option of area 1 and 2, and in theory, lease surrender, whichever words you want to use, for foreshore. The discussion now is around that's cool, but all the works and everything else that need to be funded by council, signed off, and everything else may take some time. So we're talking about the transition between trying to achieve this earlier date and having the works to a place where we could not have any more tents and things along the lake shore. Am I right so far? We're all on the same page? So, and potentially those, so you would still have Area 1 and Area 2. In the short term, you would still have tents, and that could go right through to 2038 in the event that we don't have, which is just, it's going to be a new lease, so it becomes an unusual date, but although it's helpful in terms of the submission process. So I'm just trying to finish this sentence off. That's what we're talking about. And so the question that I've posed is having that tent period until hopefully a future council finds some money magically from somewhere and does these works to the point where we can release the tent area, or 2038, whichever comes earlier.
Which side, and I've just reflected on my notes, I did jot down potential camping retreat prior to 2038, depending on the planned expansion areas and...
Oh, definitely the planned expansion.
Yeah, but also from his 9-point plan here, council taking responsibility for developing and maintaining that area. So I guess that's a two-way obligational responsibility there.
So we're actually just gone back to the option that's in front of us.
Can I ask one more question?
Yeah.
Left field. So this is quite detailed, and I've made the comment before about and found a pushback on it around lease and that. Relative to other reserve management plans, is this middle of the pack, or are we more detailed on this than others that we've currently got, or what are we doing?
This is way more detailed. What I'm hearing is that there's a connection between when council's ready to invest and perhaps when camping stops. We've tried to be very clever in laying out exactly how all of those steps take place. And our alternative approach is simply to use perhaps less words and make it clear that that if a new lease was signed next year, then camping stops on part or all, depending on what you decide, of the lakefront reserve within 6 months of council confirming that it's got expenditure to do up the reserve. Words to that effect. So if you think about the way council operates on the Motutere reserve, that would then provide clarity to the leaseholder about when that investment was intended to take place, and then you could have a period prior to then, maybe it's 6 months, maybe it's a year, whatever it is, at which point they then need to remove some or all of that camping. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense. I'm not comfortable with when council commits the expenditure, because that could be 2 to 3 years out, which, you know, I would be more comfortable if it was anchored to when the physical works commence as opposed to when we approve a budget. Because approving a budget and doing the work, there's a long lag time in there.
But I think that the reality is you need the leaseholder to do a whole lot of work to remove his camping infrastructure before we could even get close to starting work on the ground. So I guess it was that period to enable him to have the certainty that council's invested money, but to have a reasonable lead-in period to do the removal of infrastructure that he needs to do. Sorry, Greg?
Again, it gets down to the level of development that you're looking at. So the way our operational budgets work, and a lot of this work to rehabilitate the area would actually do operational. So if we're doing turf rehab, that's operational. Trees planting, we've got budgets for revegetation, and some of that's planned. We were going to do that. Some of it you could shift that quite easily. Similarly, what else? Planting. We've got money there now for in foreshore erosion to protect areas of foreshore. So those can kind of shift, and that's all operational stuff. It's when you get to things like new toilet blocks, new infrastructure, that's when I think we're starting to look at really significant commitments by council. So I think the work could commence without really too much impact on our budget.
Can I go back to my last question? What level of comfort is there amongst staff and you as manager, Nick, because in this, with the level of detail in this relative to other reserve management plans? I'm not saying we're setting a precedent because we develop the precedent ourselves. So that's one question, your level of comfort with this, and are we so far out on a limb that it's probably not a safe place to be? First question. Second question is, how much of the detail in this is related primarily or almost exclusively to the lease negotiations which are going to occur post this? Because if that's the case, then I've got a problem with it, because the reserve management plan is way bigger than our lease for one operation in the reserve. Do you see where I'm going with that? So it's two-headed question.
Yeah, this is a lot more detailed than we would normally put into a reserve management plan, and I think you heard from Fiona earlier, the reason this level of detail is sitting in here is because it makes the lease negotiation really simple. There's nothing to negotiate, because we're just simply picking up these words, dumping them in and adding a few dates. So this is an approach which makes the lease negotiation a piece of cake. I guess my underlying concern is that the part that's very difficult to address in here is the timing of council's ability to provide substantial infrastructure. And I'm not talking about planting some trees or putting in some bollards, which is relatively inexpensive in the scheme of things. But I don't think we would be wanting to open up a day use area without a public toilet, as an example. I think we heard a lot over the last 2 days about concerns about the environment, and opening up a public day use area with a public toilet here, I think, would be a bad look for council. So I am anticipating that if we are going to open up a day use area, then we will be looking at substantial council investment. It is proven very difficult to try and craft an option for you which looks at transition, which also reflects the uncertainty around that timing of investment by council. I think we could reduce the amount of words, and I think we could make it simpler. It'll just mean that we're debating a little bit more when we're getting into the lease negotiation process.
Okay, so that brings me to my supplementary and final question, is around redundancy, because if much of this is around facilitating the subsequent lease negotiations, once that lease is negotiated, all of that part of the reserve management plan becomes utterly redundant. And the reserve management plan is, the current one is 20 years old, so we're going to have a lot of redundant clauses in this for a long time to come, once the lease is sorted. That's my only concern.
I guess my comment would be that if the lease differs too much from the reserve management plan, we will have to consult on the lease. So the reserve management plan has to provide as much guidance as possible for those lease discussions. Otherwise,
So, thank you. That's a good.
Let me have a crack at this. So we're looking at the option of Area 1. So the theory is you have a new lease, Area 1 becomes available, you go through the work on the, it's all doable. Once that becomes available, then we would surrender the large vehicles and everything else and trigger tenting. And
No. Just to be very clear, what you said earlier when you talked about proposed Area 1 is Area 1 only becomes available if there is no camping on the foreshore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Reinstatement a day.
But
That's
he
the
can
whole
start-
of the
he can start to
foreshore.
develop there, yeah, exactly.
Is that the whole of the foreshore we're talking about?
That's what
Okay.
you...
Okay.
So just to clarify as well, that are we allowing the preparation of those sites,
Yes.
but just not the use of those sites.
What we heard was that was about doing the background work to understand and make sure that it was available for use in the way that the campground leasing intends. So doing the ecological investigation and understanding the consequences, doing the cultural impact assessments and understanding the consequences.
So just to carry on from Warwick's comment there, timing is important, because if we do this in such a way that seriously negatively impacts Mr. Tilton, then that would be an unfair process, really. And I get it that, so yep, it's available, Area 1 is signed off, you've passed your RMA, but he hasn't actually put a bulldozer on the ground or done anything. Says, no, off the lakefront now, because it's already been approved, and yet he's got 6 months or 8 months worth of work to get it ready to use. So there's some timing sequencing things there. I just don't see it. Look, there's a lot of injustice has occurred, but creating another injustice is not going to fix the current injustice, would be my view on that. So I would like it crafted in such a way that the transition, so the moving from the lakefront to the top, is so they can actually do that in one move, rather than you're out of here, but it won't be for 8 months before you can move into the other one, because I don't see that as being viable.
You should have started with that, I think.
Yeah.
I think you might have started with that. It might have been a different conversation, because well, we started with the access issue and enabling that. We spoke to the percentage of responses enabling an option 2, and now, and I don't disagree, but I'm also saying that might have been where you started. That we started there, that there was an injustice that might occur, not compensating for the injustices that have occurred. So if that is the conversation and the deliberation point, then
let's have that conversation.
You know, maybe it was a bit different to starting with connection and that. I do, you know, you did at the beginning of this deliberation say you need to be confident in going to full council to better take these issues through. So
that will be one of the showstoppers.
I can feel that. So, you know, perhaps let's direct it that way, but...
So maybe, could you just reframe it for me, Kevin? Just so you're suggesting step 1, just go through those steps as a suggestion. So
as I've said to a number of people, it's not what you're going from, it's what you're going to.
Yeah. That's
normally employment-related conversations. In this case, it's not so much the timing of when he has to leave the lakefront, but the timing of which he can enter the new camping area, if that makes sense.
Yep.
So that's about as simple as I can put it. So yes, we want you to leave there. Yes, you're out, but where do I go? Because this isn't ready. So when this is ready to go to, then he can come from.
Yeah. And I think
so if you tie those two together, so they're chronologically linked. So I'm moving across the road to nowhere.
So we're always, I mean, that was for me the quarter from day one, which is the availability. So you go through all the process, do your RMA, consent, all this other stuff, and once you build it, for want of a better word, it's then available for use, and that's when you free up the lakefront.
Sorry, Danny, thank you. So I think we're now agreeing, but it's around the definition of works. When you say available, it's available to use, but no, it's available to physically move in and actually use. So yeah, thank
Mr.
you.
Chair, I just need to go wharepapa. Kia ora.
There's a queue.
I wonder if I go back to A, actually, are you able to scroll to proposed area, campground 1, and we had A. I wonder whether it's as simple as adding a date or a time frame. So you're able to access proposed area 1 and then removal of camping from the Motutere Lakeshore Reserve as shown blah 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 within 6 months of accessing area 1 or 12 months or whatever that period is. But maybe if we just added a time period onto the end of A, make it clear that camping on the foreshore stops within that time period. Would that make that clearer?
I think it would make it sweeter. Not that fiscal or financially viable considerations of matters we can take into account on a reserve management plan, unless I've misunderstood the Reserves Act. But that would be, I suggest, a sweetener, so you have both areas for a limited period of time. That would provide a significant sweetener, I would have thought. So instead of exiting one immediately to enter another, you enter another and you still have the use of the other one for a very short period of time. And in the context of 14 years still to run, 6 to 12 months is a very short period of time.
So where does the tenting fit in? The tenting's gone now?
Yes.
Yes. Because that was the bit that was just confusing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
Can we just,
yeah, just we're going to recap.
yeah.
So, and I'm going to let Nick recap.
I guess what I haven't heard yet is clarity about whether you're comfortable seeing a transition which involves some tenting remaining on the camp shore, the lake shore, or whether you're at a point where if we sign a new lease next year, that you want to see all camping stop as a result of the leasee getting a longer period of time and access to proposed area.
So can I jump in here with that? I was looking at the maps, more of a mind to look at the western end, and then camping intense carries on the eastern end. But our thinking appears to have evolved to it all goes. On the understanding Mr. Tilton or whoever the lessee is going forward has these other areas available to them. Based on all of the submissions against camping on the lakefront, that's a 2038 end date, but we're looking at bringing that forward significantly. So as a sweetener and in deference to Mr. Tilton saying he would be willing to entertain an earlier retreat depending on expansion areas, if we were to offer both for a limited period of time, then that gives him an opportunity to maximise his revenue, given that he's going to have to spend a fair bit to develop the other bit, so he can offset that by having both areas for 12 months or however long. But for Hapu, it's like you're not waiting until 2038. It comes, that timeline collapses down, and I see that as a potential win-win, except for the campers who have to leave the lakefront. But it's not a situation here where everybody wins.
They're not
So
being
how does that
denied
sound?
camping.
Sorry?
They're not being denied camping. It's not like the camping's closing, all they're doing is moving across the road. I mean,
No, I
to
get
be
that,
honest,
but I listen,
it's so minor.
I listen carefully, and I get it for that, but it's not the first place in the country where this has occurred.
No.
It just happens to be the last.
Possibly, yeah.
But how does that sit? Have I expressed that clearly enough?
The only bit so we're not having tenting.
Well, that's, as I said, that's where our thinking appears to have evolved to. Initially it was split, so the western end goes, and then the eastern end, eastern side of the boat ramp remains as camping through to 2038, which is point 7 of Mr. Tilton's 9-point plan. However, as was pointed out and I wrote down, he would entertain a potential camping retreat prior to 2038, depending on the plan's expansion areas. So if he gets the expansion areas, he can develop that, he can move people onto that, and he also retains for however long, a shortened period of time, the lakefront as well. Then he's got two bites of the cherry, but it's way short of 2038, so the expectations from all of those who submitted against it was anchored to 2038. No, this will come forward significantly. How does that sound?
You need to convince me on the time period.
You were talking 6 months or 12 months?
Well, even if you went 12 months.
Okay, so proposed area 1 and 2 with the sweetener, but also a period to be defined, which would be assisting in the preparation of retreat.
So what I'm suggesting is if Area 1 and Area 2 gets through the RMA process, the consenting process, and that's all done, and that's not a guarantee because there's still CIA and there's still environmental and so on and so on. That's all ticked off. He then develops, moves people on there, but we leave him with the lakefront for a limited period, 6 months, 12 months, however long, and then the whole lot is gone. At the moment, he's conceding the western end in a managed retreat, but wants to retain the other one till 2038. But then he did say yesterday, happy to entertain an earlier retreat. So we offer that and we say, how about you have both for this season, or for however long? Limit, and I'm talking a short period of time, and that allows a significant amount of income for him to help pay for whatever it is, even though he's, you know, had to guarantee stuff for the OIO office.
Yeah, OIO.
Yeah,
Overseas.
Yeah,
overseas investment office. Yeah. But that's a show of good faith on our part, and it shows in terms of hapu expectations. And I picked up from all the ones I've read and those that appeared today, they're anchored to 2038. Well, the sweetener there is, well, if we provide something for Mr. Tilton, which enhances his business opportunities, then for hapu, you don't have to wait until your rangatira are no longer because they're parents now.
I just want to
batteries have run out.
Yeah, I just want to make it clear though. Mr. Tilton had shown an early retreat anyway, was suggesting
on the western end.
On the suggesting to no, both ends. Because when he first, I remember in our first hui here, he asked us, what did we think if he started removing those, and that was the first huis that we started having at Motutere, at the campground with the campus. So he already had that indicatively in his head to remove, and I think it's got to be clear here. It's not giving him an incentive because he already made that clear. That's what he was willing to offer up.
Can I just suggest I'm not so struck on a short period of time. I think a 2-year period would be better from the date of signing the lease. That gives time for all of those things that we're talking about to take place, and it's not easy just even getting contractors and people to do stuff in this area. You know what it's like. I think a 2-year period is a sort of an acceptable period of time. And also, it's how long we've got, isn't it, for compliance? Like for houses, you know, isn't it 2 year from when you apply to when you, isn't it 2 year? I think it's a 2 year period.
So I think, Sandra, what we're talking about though is the clock wouldn't start until the new area is available.
It's being used.
Is being used, moved in.
Ah.
So we're just talking about between the start of that.
It's already developed.
Yeah.
Ah,
Because he is going to need to rehabilitate,
I missed that part.
be part of the involvement of rehabilitating the lakefront as well.
So the advantage there also is gives council a bit more time to get everything in place for the work we would need to do in making the reserve usable. I hear Greg saying it's not going to be a major expense, but it's still going to take staff time and it's still going to be a little bit of planning involved. So that gives a little bit of lead-in time as well, rather than, right, I'm gone, it's all yours, and you go, oh, okay.
I mean, especially if, you know, there's a toilet facility, so I appreciate that. So, on the time frame, 6 months, 12 months, 2 years,
That's the point of conversation, isn't it? Deliberation. Or is it whether we have a time period at all?
Yes. So I think the first point is that we've moved away from tenting and all that, so we're jumping straight to what would happen in 2038. We're talking about bringing that sooner. So Councillor Taylor's suggesting we put this transition, we make this the transition, which is another 12 months. So the area at the back's done, he's got the consent, he's got all those things sorted. He can start moving in those campers, and then for a 1 year period, you'd still be able to have those on the lakefront, and then at the end of that 12-month period, that would cease. And there may or may not be some sort of, he may not be involved in some of that remediation. And in the event that council hasn't got all these amazing things that it's going to do, you're just going to have, for want of a word, a bare area.
We need to avoid that if we can.
I'll just say,
go
yeah, I think that sounds like a good idea. And in terms of the toilets, I don't know what one's now. Is there any consideration of sorting out with the leasing about using the toilets that are already there, in terms of instead of bowling them all over and putting up some new ones?
My understanding is he plans to pick up one of those facilities and take it over to the other side of the campground. I'm not sure about both.
How many facilities are there?
There's 2 toilet shower blocks in the west and the east.
Can we just leave some toilets? Okay.
Okay, where are we at? So I think we're, oh look, I'm not flat yet. I think we've got some intent. I think Nick's clear about that, which is that foreshore would cease after 12 months of Area 1 being effectively in use. And
so are we leaving out the funding? That's a question. Is that still part of the discussion, whether there is funding?
I think the key issue, the key point is that Area 1 is the quid pro quo, for one better word, for the lake shore. And that's all part of a new lease with a longer period, which is also part of making a financial incentive, for one better word.
I was going to say, to answer your question, Erin, I have some difficulty writing a reserve management plan that obliges a line in a long-term plan. I just think we need to be careful about doing that. I'm not sure what the efficacy of that is. Nick, you could probably speak more to it than I can.
I think the tricky element is what we're essentially, or what we could be saying is the leasee can't access proposed Area 1 and therefore remove camping until such time as council has funding secured to be able to do up, provide the day use area. Now, we could write it that way. The question is, do you want to slow down the leasee's ability to use Area 1 and remove camping because council's not ready? Now, there is clearly a reputational risk for council there, creating a day use area that doesn't have appropriate facilities. So personally, my advice would be to create a connection. That the proposed Area 1 can't be utilised until such time as council has investment in place. But that's something for you to decide how critical that link is.
All right, mine's died.
Same.
Well, can I do a mirror image of that then? My suggestion would be that we go a timeline, 12 months, or at such time that council is in a position to provide the infrastructure necessary for it to become day use, whichever is earliest.
Do we need the latter part?
Whichever is earliest.
No, just 12 months. Good. And I just want to point out in the 2004 Motutere RMP, under section 7 implementation, there is a line in there that says timeframes are indicative only and are subject to the availability of finance and council's LTCCP.
Yeah.
So it's not.
It never happened.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
that's the worry. That's the worry.
Yeah.
To tie
That's
it
the
to
problem.
council funding, that doesn't happen. So.
We've got too many on. Continue microphones. It's not flat. It's just too many microphones.
Thank you.
You're on.
Did you hear that?
Yeah. Yes, and I think the key issue is, do you want to create a day use area without council funding to provide the facilities? I think if you make that decision, then you can craft some words around what's linked to what in terms of timing. But the risk I foresee for council is creating a day use area without appropriate facilities.
So, also, Jay. Okay. So, no, I agree. I just, it's a reputational risk across a number of fronts, because I suspect hapu expectations will be that if we open this up for everybody's use, including theirs, that it will be fit for purpose. And if we don't have the appropriate resources there, it's like, I can see the argument now, well, you've done every other reserve around the district, but because this is our whenua, you haven't done anything. It's like, you don't want to get into that space. I can see the campers going, oh, well done, good on council, you kicked us off there, now you've done nothing with it, look, it's now growing gorse and broom. Yeah. That's a lose. I think we need to have the timing with the finance done appropriately.
So I think where we've landed is we need all three boxes ticked. So we can't do the Area 1 Lakeshore Exchange until we've also got a level of funding, whatever it is, for council to do there. But and so that's the opportunity in terms of the new lease. Otherwise, we just go to 2038 and it's automatic Lakeshore finishes.
I think I understand what you're trying to achieve, and I think I know how to achieve it. What I'm actually going to suggest is that I disappear into the back room and start to do some typing while you work through the next part of the deliberations, which is all around the objectives.
Yep.
And then if you just email those through to me. And I'm just wondering whether that's an effective use of time. And then I can bring those words back. And once you've got something in front of you, maybe it'll make more sense.
Yep.
So what I'm hearing is that it's subject to consents, it's subject to council funding. So words around those principles that will enable it to happen. Is that right?
Can I just, so it's contingent on that? Are you saying it's subject to contingent, like can't happen until? Because that means that nothing can happen.
Technically, I don't see a transition being able to take place without the appropriate consents and without the council funding to be able to support the reparation of the land.
So we've come quite a distance, and at this juncture, there is potential for us to pause. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes. So Nick's going to go back and potentially come up with some words, and in the meantime we're going to progress with the rest of the plan. But it's likely you're going to have to, you need all three things. You need all three legs of the stool, otherwise we're going to fall over.
Can I just ask Nick a question? Nick, before we go any further, is there funding at present for the Motutere reserve?
No.
Nothing at all.
We've done the long-term plan, there's nothing in it.
But, you know, it was in previous,
The previous.
Okay, let's, so I think...
Just a question.
Yeah.
So what would be the soonest that would be funding available? I'm not saying that you're going to get it, but obviously there's funding that's already tagged now. How many years in advance is that funding?
We could potentially, if all goes well, the first LTP year 1 will be 2027.
Just another one. And getting this RMA across the line with the council, would that have a big influence on their decision in terms of the funding that they'll have to, the council will have to come forth?
I believe that if we set the principles correctly in the RMP in here, it provides a significant amount of weight for us to propose some additional funding in the long-term plan, but it still needs to go out for public consultation for final approval as well.
Thank you. I think it's just important to bear in mind that Council's got a work program right across the district enhancing reserves. We've got major work at Seacon Park. We're redoing the lakefront in Kinloch. We're redoing the lakefront reserves at Makakino. That there is major investment which has been programmed for the next 10 years. And we're talking about slotting this into that. So Council, through the long-term plan, then makes a decision about where does that sit as a priority spend against all those other projects.
So do you mean within the current programme of works?
Yeah. So our long-term plan's laid out 10 years of investment. In 2027, we'll sit down and we'll reassess that and say, are there new priorities, or have we got some existing priorities that we can pull out because they're less important now?
Can I just make an observation? Because does it feel like we're hitting a wall? Or was that just, like, it does feel like we've got some clear direction and followed a really clear process with integrity that everybody's followed, and that we're getting to the crux with some options before us, and it does sound like it's getting a little bit hard, subject to funding, subject to this, subject to that. We've got some clear options before us, as in the options that officers have put before us. It feels like, and I'm happy to be challenged, there are some barriers being put before us in order to make the clear resolutions or the clear recommendations that officers have put to us. So am I...
So I think in terms of the 2038 date, I think we're all agreement on that. Where it gets more challenging is to achieve that earlier. 2038 is a hard date, so effectively what we would be saying is you would not be able to do a new lease for anything past 2038 in terms of the lakeshore. This is about creating an opportunity to do that earlier, and that's why it's more challenging, because it's about putting stuff into a new lease that could allow that to happen sooner.
Sooner was a bonus as opposed to the incentive, right?
Correct. So in terms of submissions and everything else, 2038, the recommendation is that we cease lakeshore camping.
So if we were to remove the bonus and stick with the incentive, how, as in to aim for 2038, as we've heard, how more efficiently could we achieve that? So what I've heard is that no lakeshore, there is clear opposition to lakeshore camping, and that it should cease at 2038.
Yep.
We have deliberated over whether there is an opportunity to do that sooner.
Correct.
If we were to focus on not sooner, but just the end date of 2038.
We're already doing that.
Yeah.
So what we're doing is saying there's a real opportunity But where we've landed, it's a three-legged stool. We also need council's funding and everything else to make that day use camping and everything else work. The detail of that, Nick's going to go away and think through, but I think the clear intent is that we need to have all three legs of the stool, otherwise it's going to fall over. But we're clear that in terms of the bigger picture, the 2038 date, we're all on the same page in terms of no matter what happens, lakeshore camping will cease on that date.
I follow, and I feel, I just want to put out there, happy for you to go away and draft, my friend. I don't have confidence that I could confidently support what might come out of it though, so I just want to make that clear.
I think just to answer your concerns, Jade, it's not a barrier, it's more of a hurdle. So we have to be conscious that these things need to be addressed. The planning cycle, the funding within the long-term plan. It's not a roadblock, it's not a barrier, but it is something that needs to be stepped through or stepped over. Yeah.
But I think we'd be doing a disservice to what we're trying to achieve in terms of vision of not trying to take the opportunity to make this happen sooner. So we're just going to ask Nick to go to the back and work on that. We've got, we're now going to go through the objectives.
What page we're on?
So we're, I'm assuming page 33, is that right, Erin?
Got it.
So remembering that these are the objectives that are in the existing plan, so we've got the suggestions in terms of the track changes on page 34, is that right, Erin?
Yes, that's correct. So if we just, is it I asked Karen, sorry, do you have the other document that's got all the different recommendations put together in one Word document? That might be easy for us to bring that one up.
Do you want me to display it?
That's okay.
Okay. Can I say, just looking at the track changes on page 34, I'm comfortable with that, and that reflects very clearly what we already said before. Just don't ask me. Go to Turangi-Tongariro ki Waitoko.
So is there any reason why I can't just go to track changes on page 34? Just looks different on screen.
You're in which?
I've got the agenda.
Have you got that?
With the box.
The agenda.
Yeah.
Basically, I've just got the agenda that went out to us. On page 34, it says recommend amendments, and respect of key is in red. It's objective 1.
So it's action 1.1.1 and 1.1.5.
That's, yes, we can go through that. Sorry, I've got a different document with different numbers, it's running a bit lost. But yes, so the recommendation for objective 1 is that we worked with Ngāti Turangi-Ita, as you said, in respect of key operational decisions. So there's an amendment there. Any comments on that one?
And then the second one is we've got partner with Ngāti, oh sorry,
that's correct.
Yeah.
Partner with Ngāti Turangi-Ita.
Yep. And so 1.1.6 is a new one, is it?
That's correct. So again, it's about partnering. Oh, sorry.
You need to look at the screen.
Look at that.
You need to look at the screen.
So we
How do I
add
use
that
look
in
at the
today,
screen?
we?
Sorry.
Thank you. I forget.
Sorry, 1.1.6 is regards to the closed waters on the Western Shore.
Yeah.
So that's partnering with Ngāti Turangi-Ita and the Taupo-Kaingaroa Management Board to produce appropriate methods of information sharing about the closed waters. Peter Shepherd spoke yesterday. He has asked that we also include the Trust Board in that text. So we just need to amend that. There's about 3 places where we talk about the closed waters. So we'll just include the Trust Board.
No, the Management Board.
Oh, the Management Board, sorry. Yeah, so we just got to make sure we've got the right people listed there to discuss about it.
Ka pai. What's the next one?
Yes, that's right. So the Management Board is already in there. We just need to add the Trust Board as well as another part of it.
Okay.
want to include it in their discussion about the closed waters.
Okay.
Okay.
Too far to talk about it.
Oh, yes.
Kabai? Just so we're not confused. Māori Trust Board, yeah.
Yeah, look, sorry.
Just put it in there, otherwise you'll
We'll
be...
add it in. We'll just scroll through to the next. Again, it's just an action there around the closed waters. Oh, that's an outcome, sorry, that the outcome is that those closed waters are respected.
Yeah.
Okay.
Kapai?
Someone asked us to make sure that we say there is sufficient car parking and tyres.
Yep. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, you spoke heaps on it.
Yep. Safety.
So this is about the installation of the safe pedestrian refuge that we've already discussed.
Yeah.
So that's just acknowledging NZTA have said that they won't install that, so just saying that we will facilitate that installation, but it still requires Wakakatahi's approval.
So, just go back to that. I just,
Yeah, that was.
I know they said they won't.
So facilitating is changing their mind.
I can't see
Okay,
that.
that's fine.
I can't
Yeah,
see that saying
that's all right.
You might be in. You might be.
Okay. What one's next? Yeah.
Please not support this. Please not support that.
Issues with our scrolling. There we go. Sorry, we skipped objective 2. We just added the word enhanced into the outcomes and the objectives.
Restored enhanced.
Yeah, that's based on a submission we got.
Yep. Focusing.
Oh, and it's just an edge around focusing species that hold copies of natives. The request is submitted. If everyone's happy with that. Yep.
Right. Okay. Where are we now? Close one. Yep. That's one.
Yep, so we've done the closed waters, so we move to the next one.
Can we just use the? Can we just not roll down, or is it
Yes, we have another document.
Yeah.
right sufficient? Yeah.
Karen had another document, but she's not yet.
Yeah, cool,
So
yeah.
back to the refuge, yep. So we've
Yep,
read
done that.
one, so yes.
Don't see why we can't just roll. To ensure the closed waters is managed appropriately. Do we need David Trust Board back in there again, or is it
Yeah, so
sufficient?
we'll go through and make those amendments and make sure that the trust is included.
Okay. What's next? Recreation values, long-term outcome for Motutere. Long-term outcome for Motutere.
For objective 4,
Yep. That makes sense.
So,
these amendments are regarding if you're approving it, camping ends in 2038.
so at the risk of being pedantic, it's not the long-term, it should be a long-term outcome because there's a number of other outcomes we're looking at as well, isn't there? Yes, no?
As long as it legally still says that it's our bottom line, then I'm happy with it.
Well, it is, but it's not the only outcome
Yeah,
for
yeah,
the recreation reserve.
Carter's just pointed out that says from 2038, but if we have a new lease, it needs to say that. So
Well,
we
that's
need to
what-
edit the wording.
That's where Councillor Taylor's coming from, is 2038, do we do like a earlier? I mean, I'm happy for you to come up with some weird.
Yeah, that's fine.
Again, that's
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a wording. So again, we've just got another action there regarding the closed waters. So these new actions were, sorry, the next one, B, was about the proposed swim zone. We had a DIA and another group as well submit on the fact that there's actually a mooring zone there. So we just have to ensure that any swimming zone is separate to the mooring zone, and also who is approving those different sections, so that's why I've included the action.
Cool.
Okay.
On to where we can, yeah, that's, is that doubling up?
Sorry?
Is that doubling up or?
There's actions and then there's outcomes.
Oh, okay, that's it.
So
Yeah.
it's just,
Okay, so it doesn't have
Moved
data.
into built infrastructure, and in that first paragraph there is a comment about making sure that those buildings also respect cultural values as well, not just about the natural environment, so we've just included that extra wording there. Oh, that's right. And then we get to objective 6, which is around leases and licenses, which Nick is away.
Yeah.
But we also had, oh yeah, so that's what Nick's working on, sorry.
Yeah.
One thing to note that Nick probably won't be editing is about the boat trailer parking. So we've said for that to be included in the lease area or removed from that campground ease. So across the road is what we're saying. It's providing for some boat trailer parking across the road. That's what that paragraph is about. And we're saying that there should be a survey done of that new lease area, dependent on those new campground area 1, making sure that we do have a proper buffer in place between the SNA. And if we're taking a piece of his lease lent out for public parking, trailer parking, so take that out of the lease area, so he's not paying ground rent on public parking. We've already discussed proposed areas 1 and 2 in those meetings.
Yeah.
I think we're at the end. Oh, and good point. So Hayley just reminded me that the context summary, which supports the management plan, that will be updated to reflect our changes we're going to make today as well. So the final recommendation is that the council recommends final approval by council, subject to the amendments we're going to make, that staff are going to make. So over to you, Chair.
So what I'm hearing is we've gone through all the objectives. We're now at the place where we can, subject to these changes being dealt with by way of email, we can recommend to council.
Right.
But we want to get Nick back first with his words.
Shall we see how he's getting on?
So the good news, team, is subject to sorting out Nick's words, we're basically done. And
Kevin looks like he wants to shout us dinner.
I've got another meeting to go to.
Oh, you haven't.
Great Lakes Centre, yeah.
Oh,
the yeah. So while we're waiting, I mean, I
Start
think
40 minutes ago.
we should be clear that the council hasn't done an updated management plan for a little while, and this is a very, very complex issue, for one better word. So Nick's not too far away.
He thinks it needs another 10 minutes, so it's up to you whether you want to approve it subject to the wording being circulated to the committee and committee approving, or whether you want to wait till that wording has come through.
I think there might be some value in terms of waiting.
Yeah.
How does the committee feel about that?
Yeah.
So what we'll do is we'll adjourn for 10 minutes and take a deep breath.
Who's got the beers?
Got it. So we're just adjourning for 10
I'm going to
minutes.
go have coffee.
Can you tell how many people are watching?
Yeah, 3.
3, 2. Good out, we're just reconvening. Nick, you want to explain your proposed change?
Okay, so as I understand it, we've got a situation where there's a reputational risk for council and potentially some environmental risks if the day use area is created without appropriate facilities. So if we take the first sentence as a given, which is about all camping stopping in 2038, then the second sentence introduces the concept of a lease potentially being signed prior to 2038. And in that situation, we would expect the lease to do the following. It would note that once council has planned for the expenditure to provide for the day use facilities on the lakefront, then proposed camping ground area 1 becomes available. And it talks about that 12-month period. And the reason that 12 months is in there is we would expect that the campground operator could start to utilise proposed area 1. We would then have a 12-month period where he could transition his infrastructure off the lakefront, and then that would coincide with council's funding being available to then go in and build the toilet and the car park and do the plant. And then I think it's also, with C, we're noting the link back to 6.3.1, which is just re-emphasising that all those conditions that apply to camping area 1 still need to be adhered to. And then D is just making it explicit that we would expect that the campground operator still has an ongoing responsibility to maintain that lakefront during that transition period, given that it might take 12 months to uplift different pieces of infrastructure, and during that time we expect them to take the responsibility for that ongoing maintenance rather than Greg Steele. Now what we'll do after this, assuming that you're generally comfortable with that approach, is we'll run it past the legal levels and just make sure that there's nothing that we've missed in particular, or that there's not a better way that we can phrase that. But is that intent, or sorry, is that set of words matching the intent that you had?
Councillor Taylor.
Further vote.
No, yes.
I have yes. Just in relation to, I know we discussed area 2, and we didn't tie it to the equivalent paragraph A. So that makes them mutually exclusive, and therefore this stands.
If you wanted to be clear, we could put in something specific about Area 2 and say Area 2 becomes available at the start of the lease period.
Yes. No.
It's more area 1.
I thought that was the...
It's more the camping.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so area 2 would start with the new lease.
And just in relation to camping, that is independent of its location, it's just located on the lakeshore. You know how we've been talking about the green area and the yellow area and the other green area? It is all of that in the
Yes,
camping.
and that's why C refers back to 6.3.1.
Understand.
Because that's where it's got that A, which is all camping on lakefront stops.
And A through E is, there's a chronology in that gearing. So, yeah, A must
Yeah.
happen, and then B, and then, okay.
Yeah.
It's got the word then.
I understand.
On signing of the lease. Being, yeah, is that it?
Yeah, I'm really conscious we want to avoid a situation where the new lease is signed, the campground owner says, right, I'm ready to rip into proposed Area A, and I'm going to meet all these conditions, and that'll be great. And then 5 years later, council's got some money available to build a toilet.
Exactly.
And that's just, we want to avoid that. Hence, that's why we're starting with the council funding. Then, once that's lined up, it creates the opportunity for the proposed Area A to kick in.
Just so I'm clear, so if that's the case, the trigger for commencement of transitioning or movement off the lakefront is dependent upon council funding.
Yes.
So that's your start point, that's your trigger.
Yes.
Puts a bit of pressure on us then, doesn't it?
It does.
Be courageous.
All 14
So he stays there in the meantime, but that's 14 years to, that's more than enough time. I would hope we can get it done way sooner.
I think, to be clear, there's going to be a new lease which will have this in it, well, reflect this. So it won't be, but it'll have that 2038, it stops without the other parts happening. Is that right?
Yes, so a new lease would make it explicit that no camping would start, would continue on the lakefront post 2038.
Council funding or not.
Yes.
So just so we're clear, point A, that's a long-term plan conversation.
Correct.
So that ain't going to kick in until 2027 anyway.
Correct.
And people need to be clear on that.
So just so we're not raising people's expectations, great, council can start organising the money now, so it's not that simple. So we need to be really clear, because that could raise expectations and people don't understand the process that sits behind that statement. So when we say provide, council has planned for the expenditure, and maybe in brackets, this is a long-term plan conversation, which we've just done, and it ain't going to be refreshed until 2027. Because people won't understand that, yeah?
Do you want to be that explicit as to 2027? Or is it inferred?
No.
Nick, through the chair, I'm just conscious, I was almost going to say put in the long-term plan wording in there. However, given central government direction and priorities around long-term plan, do we want to be that explicit? Because it may be a different planning process for our finances.
Yeah. I think if that happens, if the government changes the legislation, then council would come along and we'd just adjust the management plan.
Well, yeah, sorry, if that was the case, then any consequential amendments to plans would have to flow through that legislative change anyway. You would hope.
So we just had in the bracketed through the long-term plan. To my question about specificity on dates, because that could be 2027 or it could be beyond that, right?
Yes.
But before 2038.
Correct.
Yeah.
Absolutely correct.
It'll be
Hard
between-
landing
it'll
date
be
is
somewhere
2038.
between 27 and 38.
We expected a lot sooner than that.
We do, but
Would you put in there not prior to 2027? Or is that too specific?
Through the chair, I think if you're using the words long-term plan in there, it would indicate that our long-term plan process is 2027.
So if we won Lotto, you can amend the annual plan.
if we got Labour back in again, we'll be good.
Anyway,
Through the chair, I do have a
digress.
question around the word utilised, and just to be clear that utilised means actually using it as a campground. He can still, or the lessee can still do the planning and preparation work in the background regardless of whether council has funding secured. That can still happen. It's just the utilisation of it as a campground is triggered by council expenditure and funding.
So I think we're all comfortable with the intent, and we've done everything else today. What I'm going to do now is with everybody happy, we might just bring up the recommendation, because we might need to slightly change the wording in that.
Chair, can I just ask one question going forward, please, on, you know, on the worst case scenario, looking at things. If Mr. Tilton decided, or the lessee decided, that he really would like to move and get his camping away from the foreshore, and he developed the back area, presumably there's nothing to stop him from moving up there.
This clause says he can't utilise it.
He can't utilise that, so that does stop him from doing that. Yeah.
The utilisation of that as a campground is subject to council being able to have funding to be able to repair the foreshore.
The foreshore, yeah, okay.
But he still has access and use of the lakefront or lakeside area anyway.
And the allowing of the 12-month transition allows him to transfer assets off, but the responsibility will remain with him to maintain that area during that 12 months before council has the expenditure to take over.
Exactly, okay. And we're going to finish note that Area 2 will become available on the signing of the lease. F?
Sorry, I actually missed that.
Yes, the wording on F is note that Area 2 will become available on the commencement of a new lease.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's all clear. Thank you very much.
So given that everybody's happy with the intent of where we've landed, what we're going to do now is bring up the recommendations, or give the power to
me.
Power to Karen. And then we'll just change the wording slightly for the emailing portion of the resolution.
Yeah. So, Nick, do you think I need to add more to it than that?
So we want the email, subject to the email final wording.
Have you seen Shaggy's comment that we can't actually approve it that way? We have to reconvene the committee. There's a comment in the Motutere chat.
Oh, right.
Don't shoot that on screen.
I wouldn't be comfortable with, because we need to see the amendments anyway, right?
Yeah.
Whilst in the intent's noted, this is asking us to confirm as it is.
Okay, so we're going to have to, we've been advised we have to reconvene the committee, so we don't actually need a resolution then, do we, really? Because it's going to have, the resolution will be passed when we reconvene. So we'll just note the intent that we're going to finalise all the wording via email, and we'll need to find a date and time.
It's got to be early.
Yes, it can be, you can reconvene over
Zoom.
Teams if you can't meet in person.
Do we have to re-advertise the reconvening, or it's just open from this one?
So this meeting just keeps getting adjourned, so we will still make it known that that's what's happening, but it's not like having a brand new meeting.
Yeah.
So
we're just going to note then that we're going to finalise this wording. We're going to do that tomorrow and get it emailed to everybody over the weekend. We're going to adjourn this meeting, but we'll work out when we're going to reconvene and make that public.
So just a technical question, if we do this via Teams or Zoom, are we able to make that publicly accessible? Does technology support that? It does? Perfect.
What's this one?
If
you're doing it by Teams, you can just add me as a participant, and then I'll be able to send it out to you as well.
Mr. Chair, before we go any further, have we clarified issue 3? Is what we're doing now superseding that? We've just done it, this I mean.
Yeah.
Because, we're just
Yeah.
I know.
No, I'm tired.
Give her another lolly.
It's been a long day.
Yeah, we are. So are we adjourning then? Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, through the chair, we're just trying to work out the implications of adjourning versus how we can try and wrap this up today as best as possible without having to have another meeting.
No.
Well, I'm unable to.
Yeah.
Can
Teams?
Yeah.
Teams.
I don't want to make a hasty decision.
No, exactly.
Yeah.
This is too important to rush.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay, so for everybody online, we're going to follow best practice. We're going to adjourn the meeting and we will advise the reconvening, which will be early next week. And I'm assuming that some of us will still be here in person, the rest will be via Teams. Kapai? What do you think with that? Yeah. Okay, I'm going to ask Member Maniapoto just to close us up for this part.
Before you do, sorry, Chair. I just want to thank our officers for all the mahi they've been doing, for guiding us through this, and I think we don't thank you guys enough. And I want to thank you as well for the Q&A sessions that we've had at Motutere camp, because sometimes those were really hard, and it was lovely to be able to support you all there. And I just want to make a comment in terms of the councillors going forward. It would have been nice if more of us were there to support your officers. This was really important, and it became very, very stressful at some points. So again, thank you very, very much. Kia ora.
I just want to, just before, just really want to, oh, sorry. Yeah, I want to thank you to the officers. Thank you for your, it's from a teacher. I don't get into this sort of forum too much, and it's very out of my zone, my comfortable zone. But to watch how you guys work is really awesome, and the detail. So to you councillors, thank you very much for what put me off being a councillor. It's easier teaching 17, 18-year-old kids. But
we saw a few potentials.
Yeah. And what we saw today, heard today and yesterday, was very heartfelt to hear all those beautiful kōrero from the heart, and hopefully 14 years time or less, so we'll all be on the banks going for a swim. Yeah, thank you very much, Danny. Thanks for leading us. And yeah, just e te atua nei mātou o punonga e koro prikona ke mua i tō aroaro, tiakina pai mātou, i o mātou mahi, ko tutuki ke, me te anga whakamua, mo te orungatang, mo te ngā tau e heke mai ana, kia ahi, kia mahi, ngātahi, mātou katoa, i raro i tō inga tapu. Amen.
Thank you.